tinfoil hat.
Oh, what the fuck are you guys even talking about?
Global controls will have to be imposed, and a world governing body will be created to enforce them.
Welcome to Tinfoil Hat. We go deep, homeboy. Aaron, open your mind. Drink from the fountain of knowledge. There's lizard people everywhere. That's some interdimensional shit. Wake up, Aaron.
This is only the beginning.
Dude, you just blew my mind.
Are you ready to get your mind blown?
Good morning, Swarm, and welcome to Tinfoil Hat. You know I am. You know I'm here to do. I'm here too.
Rah!
Join me as always, Xavier Guerrero, and my good friend
go.
Johnny Woodard. Jay Nice. How are you guys? How are you? Dealing with the rain of LA. Dealing with the rain. It's crazy, guys. We got a great show for you guys. We got a great show for you, man. We go hard in the paint with our good friend Chris Grace. We do all the psyops. You'll love this one. It's nothing but bangers, okay? Again, please come see me live. I just want to say something real quick. Oh yeah, I got a couple things to talk about. First of all, I want to get into, you're going to see me in Phoenix, Arizona. I was just in Batavia. Couldn't be a better club. Comedy Vault crushes it. The staff is great. Liz, the owner, is great. And just the crowds. Usually you get one bad crowd a weekend. No bad crowds. No bad crowds.
There we go.
Tons of Swarm. I love you all very much. A lot of you guys gave me some gifts. Dave was supposed to give me the names. I appreciate the gifts you gave me. Thank you so much. And I look forward to coming to Batavia again. Thank you for my gifts. I love it. If you want to see me crush, I'm about to shoot a new special. So I'm going to be going through this stuff. Phoenix, Arizona, this weekend, January 19th through the 20th. Johnny Mitchell and my friend Jake Gallo. Tickets are moving quick. Then the following weekend, next weekend, Long Beach. We'll be at Harvell's again. XG, Eddie Bravo. I don't know.
Make it happen.
You okay? No, I'm not. Just weirdness is coming through. And that's on a Thursday. And then on Saturday, we have Bakersfield to Well. Grab your tickets now. I'm going to be doing a lot of running and gunning. So grab that. Go to samtribute.com for all of your ticket needs. Hey, real quick, I want to talk about there was a controversy over the weekend. I'm going to go into more depth on Broken Sim about a picture I posted with Machine Gun Kelly. People, you lost it.
Sure was, yeah.
Okay? That was meant to be a big fuck you to him. I was told not to post by a couple friends who you all love. Told me not to post videos of him and I almost swinging at each other. You guys really have no clue about where I am in my life and everything I have going on in my life. If you think I want anything that Machine Gun Kelly has. Okay? That was a big fuck you. I said I topped him. Okay? Do you guys understand what was going on there? That was a big fuck you to him. Now, I will say I love you all very much. I understand your reaction because I didn't give any context.
Now, was he mad at you because of all the shit we talked about him on Broken Simulation? Was he watching? Is he a watcher of Broken Simulation?
Did I talk shit about him?
Remember we played his music and we were like, oh my god.
Okay, so maybe that word was he went there to go watch a certain comic and probably didn't like my wigger joke, okay? And, as some people said, you did a joke about him. All right? So I understand it. You guys, you really have to understand what's happening in this world, bro. Like, if you saw how I really live my life, you would really understand. I'm not selling out to anything. I live in a studio apartment right now. I'm moving out. I had to move out for certain reasons. All right, it's a nice car. But I'm telling you, man, I make my money off of, and I eat what I kill. Nobody's handing me dollars. And you gotta understand, like, I post that picture. I was trying to say a big F you to him, and the comments were asking me to take that picture at the time because it was funny.
I was there. I kind of, yeah. It got. Everyone was talking about it. It was, yeah.
Where are we gonna fight?
Yeah. You get a little altercation. Sam was ready to go.
I like, dude. Trust me. Touches me. I'm swinging. I'm a legend. You guys gotta understand.
It's his show. Like, don't come to his show and talk shit. It was that thing where, like, yeah.
I'm broke tonight. I don't want to get here, but I understand why you're angry, and I would just hope, because I do love you very much, and I'm very appreciative of you. Every show, I want to make sure it's the best, because I had life without you, and I don't want to lose you. And I'm very authentic to who I am. I'm not, okay? And I get machine gun Kelly. I don't want anything at all. There's nothing that he has that I want, including negative. Okay, I don't want.
I would.
Yeah, I know you. So, I've been walking around, Griffin and all that stuff. And literally just gave away a show that I'm angry because I feel people need it. It's free. I need that money. I'm giving it away for free because I think the show is bigger than it's called Zero. You now watch it for free. You can listen to it for free. You can watch it. That's just not. Like, that's just not there. I take you guys listening to my show very seriously.
We need but sever the tail. It's a troubling foe.
That's it.
This will restore a bit of health.
That's it. That's it. So, again, anything else, guys? Great episode. I hope you really love it. This is enjoy it. It's with Chris Graves, and we go nice deep down into basically all the science and how to save people by understanding things. And I hope you enjoy it because it's nothing but bangers.
Open your body. Drink.
All right, guys, let's get into it. Very excited to have our next guest on. He's a researcher for Donald Jeffries. He has a podcast called Getting Mad with Chris Graves. Please welcome Chris Graves. How are you, brother?
Hey, Mr. Tripoli, it's an honor, and I really appreciate the opportunity.
Back down to Mr. Thank you, buddy. I love it. Thank you so much. I love that. It's always weird when someone's introducing someone in comedy. I always hate when they say my name super early before they bring me up because it's supposed to be, ha! And that's kind of the big cheer right there. So I feel like I gave it away who you were when I introduced your podcast. It would be very funny if it was like Getting Mad with Chris Graves, but your name was like Scott Thomas.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
So Chris,
about changing it, so
no, Chris, don't ever change. Don't ever change. I like where you are. I have no clue where you are, but I'm digging the background very much. I love it.
Yeah, I'm holed up in New England here. Under the snow. Yeah.
Have you ever met Ron from New England? Have you ever met him? He's a really great researcher.
I have not, no.
We gotta get you guys together. So, Chris, thank you for doing the show. Very honored that you join us. For our listeners who may not be familiar with you, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and where our listeners can find you?
Yeah, I'm Chris Graves, and like I said before, a couple of years ago, I came across Donald Jeffries, author of Hidden History, Crimes and Cover-Ups, Bullocracy, Survival of the Richest. And I started, I reached out and I started doing research for his, a bunch of his books that are coming up. Hidden History 3 is a big one, where he kind of goes back into a lot of the topics from Hidden History, like 9/11, JFK Jr. He's actually going to do a Hidden History 4, I believe, too, which is going to have a lot of the research about things like Columbine, which I really went down. And that's a rabbit hole, too, that not a lot of people, I feel, really know too much about that, because 9/11 happened about 2 years after that. We kind of, we've been bombarded with all these spree shootings ever since, and then the war on terror and everything like that. So I started doing research, sending him articles and contact info, from his show, I Protest. And from there, I got connected to people like Chuck Ocelli from the Ocelli.com network, and that's where my show, Get Mad with Chris Graves, is right now. And he's a great producer. And I also came across Mr. Tony Arterburn of Wise Wolf Gold and Silver, and we started doing a show called Paratrooper for a while there. Hopefully we can pick that back up too. So I've been looking into conspiracies pretty much since the 90s, starting with
old school.
like UFOs and Bill Cooper, and Kurt Cobain is a big one that's one of my subjects that I'm really into. But when 9/11 happened, that one kind of changed my life, like I'm sure a lot of other people too. And I've been pretty much studying it since the day and going forward. And I've looked up to people like the late great Dave McGowan, who I consider to be pretty much the first 9/11 truther on 9/12. He pretty much had the whole official story broken down like within the 24 hours.
100%. It was it's so interesting, that whole thing, and you see it happen all the time. There's an official story, and then we work backwards from that, and it's kind of crazy, dude. And it's like this whole hidden history is my favorite discussion. It's my favorite discussion because it really does let you know when everyone goes, is everything a lie? Yeah, everything is a lie. Everything is a conspiracy. And the sooner you come to grips with that, the sooner you can open up that. And when you go all the way back, it's like, what else they lying to you? Lying to you about God and your connection with it. And like, you're a very powerful being. You are where you are because of the decisions you've made and the actions you've taken. And without that, no, the killer is within, and the sooner you can own that and take control of that, the sooner you can change your life. And everything we're talking about right here is all dark arts magic to get you to manifest that you need them to save you.
Yeah.
That's all it's about. And they're losing that power, and they're starting to realize it right now. So,
and if you really look at it, everything's connected too. Like everything seems to be a connection with all these events that I just mentioned. There always seems to be some kind of connection.
We're going to start with Kurt Cobain's death. I mean, that was a giant. I mean, we can start with Kurt Cobain's death, but we can get back to all the deaths that have happened to celebrities and all the kind of. It's very interesting because they really love to prop people up, but what drives them crazy is when you go off the reservation and you stop to and you start thinking for yourself, and you're like, oh, really? Right? And that they hate that Pinocchio moment, and that's why you see a lot of these rappers getting off. They go off reservation, they start talking about empowerment, and they really hate that stuff. And they don't care if you do it from the start. I'm really starting to believe that. Like if you come out as a truther early on in your journey and you build your own, they're less likely to be concerned about you. Or, you know, I mean, they'll shadow ban you, they'll do all that, they'll make it impossible. But man, when they blow you up and you decide to do your own thing, nope, they can't have that.
Now, is that just because it's a betrayal or because you're bringing people from their side over to the other side?
Would you say
both,
that?
But it's more the second one in my humble opinion.
Would you say that it was like that? I used to have that dude walk. He used to always be anti, like, hey, the media. He used to tell people stop doing this, stop doing that. You think they kind of let Kanye run with it, and that's why he got so far?
Kanye is an interesting case because you'd be like, he's ticked all the boxes to be taken out.
Yeah.
And then he disappears, and then he's, I got married, and now we'll see how this version of Kanye acts.
Comes back like he's had electroshock therapy.
Oh, 100%.
He's looking different.
Is he?
He could be a clone. I got things where
I had a friend of mine freaking out about clones today. Calling me up. Like, they got our DNA. They're going to clone us. I'm like, they're going to clone all of us? Why'd they clone me?
I'd watch that movie.
Right?
One is enough. Jesus.
Well, yeah. What are they going to replace me with and do? So let's get to Kurt Cobain's death. And you've been studying for more than 25 years. It's very interesting, the fact that so many people point to his wife, and like she's still going, and like she's still like out there trying to be relevant.
It's just in the news, for this, accusing Brad Pitt of getting her kicked off of Fight Club.
Well, you know my favorite part is she's like, he kicked me off the movie after I kicked him off this movie. You're like,
yeah, that was it. Yeah, right. But he wanted to play Cobain in a biopic, and she said he wasn't right for it, so he got pissed off about that and kicked her off of Fight Club.
And so we're supposed to be.
She wanted Scarlett Johansson to play her. And I don't think Scarlett wanted anything to do with it, so I think that could have had something to do with it too.
Well, you know, she's either on trial right now or being sued because she supposedly put a hit out on her, allegedly put a hit out on her daughter's fiance because her daughter gave her fiance one of Kurt Cobain's guitars, and her mother didn't want her to do that.
Yeah, it was the unplugged in New York guitar. It was supposed to be a wedding gift, and then when they went to split, Courtney was like, "That's not yours anymore." Yeah, and teamed up with the guy Sam. Not Tripoli, obviously, but the
No, please don't say that. That soundbite will be
the other guy, the Sam
shared
guy, that was
everywhere.
kind of trying to control Britney Spears there for a while. It was the same creep.
That's a hell of a gift. That guitar.
Yeah. So, yeah, in that trial, or at least in the court proceedings, Frances Bean, Courtney and Kurt's daughter, actually, the soon-to-be ex-husband, Isaac, he's a musician too. He actually hired Tom Grant, of all people, to be a part of his legal defense team, and that's where Tom Grant was actually Courtney's private investigator that kind of got the murder theory like out in the open back in 1994 or late 94, while he was actually still working for Courtney, and she knew that Tom was kind of onto her, but she instead of doing the logical thing by firing him and being all upset and enraged, she kept him working for her for another 8 months, I believe, 8 to 10 months, I think, and kind of keep your enemies closer type deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about Courtney Love is that, and there's a lot of things interesting, and it kind of gets down to the whole thing. It's like, whether you want to look at the Unabomber or whatever, like, there is a lot of trauma in this girl's life. The people that were supposed to protect her didn't. Yeah. And she was put through the mill. Like, she was put through, like, some of the most disgusting things that a man would allow his daughter to go through. And there was a lot of chaos in her life. Do you want to talk anything about that and her father's connections to the intelligence services?
Well, here's the thing. Hank Harrison just passed away earlier this year. And I think one of the last interviews he did was actually with my buddy and producer, Chuck Uccelli. Chuck had told me that right before Hank died, he was trying to get a hold of my buddy Chuck because he had something urgent to tell him. And we have no idea what that could have been. But Hank Harrison, Courtney's father, was the Grateful Dead's first manager. And over the years, Courtney had made the claims that Hank actually gave her LSD when she was 2.
Whoa.
So, yeah. So when you say about the trauma thing, as much as I dislike Courtney Love, I mean, I do have a little bit of sympathy there, because it's possible that she really, I don't want to say didn't have a choice, but what other avenues could she have gone down if a lot of that stuff was for real, especially if you go into like the Kathy O'Brien type situation with MK Ultra and all the elites using these poor girls that become sex slaves and the human trafficking. And then you got the male side of it where, they become either a spree shooter or a serial killer or whatever. But yeah, Hank Harrison he's fascinating. Because for years, I had always thought that he was just an opportunist, that he just basically, he wasn't in his daughter's life at all. And then he writes a book about Kurt's death, basically saying that she had him killed. And having never met his son-in-law, apparently, too. So I don't, you know what I mean? So with him, he made it be known that he was friends with a guy that on his deathbed, this friend told him that he was he was in the CIA, and he actually hooked up with Courtney when she was 17 and gave Courtney like 1,000 tabs of acid to pass around in Ireland and over in Liverpool and things like that for the music scene, kind of like the Yoko Ono thing. Kind of goes back to where Yoko kind of takes back John from May Pang during the Lost Weekend that lasted a couple of years there.
Watch out, Johnny's
he's
sense
right
about Yoko Ono.
No, he's right. I mean, Yoko let him go stay with May Pang in L.A. and then brought him back to New York.
And then just like with Courtney and Kurt, Yoko was all of a sudden pregnant with Sean, and there was no more May Pang. And John was back on heroin. It just reminded me of that too, because with Kurt, shortly after they started dating him and Courtney, Kurt all of a sudden was on heroin, And a lot of his friends that were around him said he never messed with that stuff prior to that. Like he had like a stomach condition, like a pinched nerve. So, I mean, what better way to ease your pain, I guess. But she pretty much got her hooks into him and then was pregnant like fairly quickly into that relationship. And he did the right thing. He married her, and I feel like he was kind of a victim in that way, just because he didn't want to repeat his own childhood, being the child of divorce, you know, in the 70s. So I think he was trying to do the right thing, you know, even as a rising rock star, you know. And she got her hooks into him.
And the death of Kurt Cobain, just like all these conspiracies, is kind of this assault on your senses. I just talked about this early on in Conspiracy Social Club today with Brian, but you know, they're trying to convince you that your eyes and your mind are lying to you.
Yep.
And that, you know, if you even go back to 9/11, like the notion that the most fortified airspace somehow lost this plane for 45 minutes. And this just
and there's
happened.
no cameras in Washington, D.C. working, right?
Yeah.
None.
Well, all these cameras, that's what it is. They really don't want you to believe your senses. All this stuff.
I don't even think it's just sense. I think it's logic. Like he can't shoot that. It's not even senses. It's logic.
That's senses.
Okay, well, yeah, but
that's your eyes telling you that it's impossible to do that. It's impossible for a plane to
doubt, though. It's fundamentally doubt. You're doubting yourself.
Yeah, that's all of this right now. That's what it is.
It clipped lampposts, right? Or not lampposts, but yeah. It clipped posts with the wings, right? And that's where all the jet fuel's supposed to be. This should be. It should have actually blown up on the lawn before it even was able to penetrate anything. There's no wreckage there. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so this is what it is, and some people, I've had somebody talk to me about this. I think I already talked about, but that they believe that the Mandela effect is being done on purpose.
So, I've heard that too. Yeah.
So like, if we
by who? By like the AI?
The government, like maybe they have.
I really think it's Publishers Clearinghouse. They don't want us to know that Ed McMahon worked for them and gave those big checks to everyone. Because now you look it up and it's creepy. Now you look it up, he never worked for them at all. I remember many cartoons in the 1980s being interrupted with those stupid commercials.
Wait. You're saying that Ed McMahon never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse?
Nope. It's creepy.
Are you kidding?
Look it up now. I remember it.
No, that's what they're saying now.
That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Because I remember it.
That's the only reason anybody who's of my age knows, because he was off the air with Carson, you know, by the time we were watching TV.
Yeah, that's the only reason. Star Search. Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah, I didn't watch that either.
I'm not saying this helps, but
yeah,
it's creepy.
Yeah. So, I mean, if the internet isn't as big as we believe it is, right? Like, we believe it's this vast thing, and dead internet tells you it's not.
That's unbelievable.
Right?
This might be the one that's the most profound for me.
Yeah, because I remember it. I was pissed as a kid, a child of the 80s. All of my cartoons, I had to watch this old Johnny Carson sidekick give these oversized checks, and apparently that never happened. But you want to know something?
Video?
Yeah.
They're saying he's not in it?
That's right.
Well, see, I just remember him doing voiceover. I don't remember him handing it out. But
no, I remember him standing there. I remember him not necessarily giving them the checks, but being in the studio talking about Publishers Clearinghouse.
That's it. Yeah.
So what if DARPA has a way?
Well, they say, a lot of people say CERN has something to do with it. I don't know if I buy into that, but you never know.
Well, I mean, CERN is that there's a Mandela effect and we're on a different time. But if we're talking about the government could be doing this on purpose, so we don't know, we don't trust our senses. What if they have a way to go through the entire internet and replace stuff? Like, it sounds so advanced to us, but who knows what DARPA, we always know they're 30 years ahead of us.
That's what they tell us, yeah. Well, that's what we've been told.
That's what we've been told.
You look at stuff like Sandy Hook or even 9/11. There's a lot of footage that I remember from watching it. It wasn't a Mandela effect type thing. They clearly went through all those blogs, WordPress blogs, and pulled all that stuff out and I can find it to an extent, but there's so much more, like from 9/11, even Columbine. Like I was telling you, there was footage of other shooters jumping over fences in the neighborhood, going into the neighborhood, and there was footage of the shooter on the roof and everything. And that's all pulled. So your theory, it might not be so much a theory after all. I mean, to just get everyone to, like, the biggest, besides COVID, like the biggest sign off would be to pretty much redo the internet in their own way to convince us that things like the Statue of Liberty, I remember people said that they could go up into the torch, and some people even claim to have gotten pictures up in the torch. And apparently now they say that they haven't had the torch open for like 80 years or something.
The other big one for me is the Fruit of the Loom logo. That it never had the cornucopia thing.
The Britney
that
Spears
one blows my
one
mind.
is the most shocking.
See, that one, I don't have that memory. But the Fruit of the Loom thing, think about it. What do you think about the Fruit of the Loom logo?
The Britney Spears one is that in the videos now, she has a black skirt. In the video, I remember as a child, because it was iconic, she had a plaid skirt.
She did.
AB that. Which one do you remember as the Fruit of the Loom logo, Sam?
The first one.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. No, it's the other one. It never had that cornucopia.
The same with Jiffy Pot, the peanut butter. It was never Jiffy apparently.
Yeah,
and this is to fuck with our brain, so we doubt ourselves.
Yeah,
because that's where it's starting. Oh, you can't remember this. You can't remember anything.
Yeah. So when they go, oh, that didn't happen, you're like, oh, I guess it didn't happen. That's what this is all about. This is 1984 Department of, what's it called? Department of History or whatever that department is.
Department of bullshit.
Yeah, they go back and they redo everything. And like, you know, I get in this fights with Brian Callen all the time on Conspiracy Social Club. If you want to watch that show, you can watch 3 episodes now. Up to date episodes at AKA Deep Waters. Just put in the search bar AKA Deep Waters. Please subscribe to it. Also, what's going on, Broken Sim? Are we doing a new?
What I don't understand.
Are we doing a new channel for Broken Sim, or what are we doing?
Well, right now, I mean, it's always going to be on audio, same place.
Yeah.
But yeah, YouTube, we're trying to figure out.
Check that out. So, I'm always
great show, Sam. It's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We're trying. But I'm always my whole. Well, I don't even remember what my point was.
Your point was something that I hadn't even considered, that even the Mandela effect could have been a contrived psyop, and I thought it was just more of this fun, like, oh yeah, you know that, you know, people do misremember things, but to this extent, I mean, there's so much. Like, I remember the Tiananmen Square guy actually getting smushed, for lack of a better term.
Now they're saying he got edited and they didn't see it. Yeah, it's like beyond interesting, dude. Hey, everybody, I want to tell you about our friends at Copy My Crypto. That's right, our good friend James McMahon. Listen, so many people are making ridiculous money from crypto, but did you know it's easy for you to do the same? The Copy My Crypto membership site shows you the coins that YouTuber James McMahon personally holds and allows you to copy him. It's like having a big brother who knows what he's doing. You don't need to know a thing about crypto or how to invest. You simply need to do what he does, okay? So let me tell you about James. He runs Crypto with James YouTube channel, which despite heavy censorship has over 26,000 subscribers. Good for him. Since March 2020, he's told his viewers to buy 26 crypto coins. Had you put $100 in each, it'd be worth 123,000. Okay. Of the 26 coins, his top pick of the year, a coin called Phantom, went up 692 times from what he said. That one cause retired a number of people, including guys in their 20s and 30s. Remember, this is public knowledge. You can go to his YouTube and verify this yourself. So if you'd like to join the 2,800 members who copy James, then stop what you're doing and head over to copymycrypto.com/TFH. That's copymycrypto.com/TFH. That's TFH. You'll not only find proof of everything I've said, but my listeners will get full access for just $1. Once again, that's copymycrypto.com/TFA. The recession is here, guys. You can suffer like everyone else or choose to thrive. James is the real deal. Go visit the site now. So, okay, this is what I was telling Brian. I really wonder how much chaos in this world would happen if there weren't for bad actors in intelligence agencies. Now, I don't want to do broad strokes that everyone in these groups are all bad.
Right.
I don't want to do that because I hate
bad apples in every group.
So, that if these bad apples weren't there, how much of this chaos would happen? You know, it's when you study. There's a lot of people who are talking about almost every revolution has been a banker revolution. Even ours, when we revolted against the monarchy, was like controlled by bankers, Rothschilds, and all that stuff. And yes, sometimes great things come out of controlled opposition. You know, like if the internet was created by DARPA, all this amazing stuff has happened, and sometimes we talk about it all the time on here. Gets away from them. Just gets away from them. They, you know, when they talked earlier, excuse me, they talked about how they thought there was going to be like 7 websites. Now everybody's
right.
So things get away from them, and they have to make us think that's our choice, that everything's going on. But little by little, they're just tipping stuff in certain directions. Sometimes they blunt force.
If it really got out of hand, I do think there was something to, or they kept talking about Obama's kill switch. I think most definitely that could be a possibility, but I don't think whoever the powers that be believed that was the necessary a couple of years ago. But
so
if it really came
that.
down to it, I think they would shut it. They would shut it off in a second.
Well, let's get into that. Let's get into that because that's a big talk right now. Is that we got Klaus Power Bottom Schwab going on the unprecedented actions of the power outage that would make COVID look like. So you're like, okay, so let me get this right. You're going to knock out the power. Everyone's going to go crazy. But you know what else they're not going to be getting? Your propaganda. Are you really? How long can you go without banging us with propaganda before we all start to wake up? So you're going to push it now with COVID, where we're all waking up that you lied to us. Now you're talking about this is all going to happen, and then and you think you're going to get us back.
How do you get that information, though, without the internet? How do you get the information that's made us all realize it's all bullshit without the internet? Maybe they've gotten to the point where their market, this outweighs, losing the internet outweighs us, because our propaganda is not effective anymore.
Right.
Maybe they want to kill the internet. It's worth it for them to.
Yeah, they'll have the TV.
All your TV's on the internet.
And you're talking
That's
about.
what I'm saying. They've been doing this for a long time before the internet even. You know what I mean?
Grid signal, right? Like power.
Yeah, but let's really get into like the propaganda has really been ramped up with television and radio. If that's all gone, because how's the television going to run with no power? How is the radio going to be sent? Radio waves going to be sent without power? How is that going to reach as many people as possible? Like I'm not saying this can't happen, but I think that's. They may hit the complete reset button. I told you that's what Q could be. Q could be the elites telling us everything's going on because they plan to hit the entire reset button, which they're doing. But this would even be crazier because their whole thing is built on you have this in your hand, we're tracking you and controlling you and everything like that. So what they're doing is knocking this out, and now what?
You don't think
you remember the Star Wars program, right? They claimed in '89 that it was over and they weren't doing it anymore. Who's to say that that wasn't something that was outside of whatever the EMPs would be that would take out the rest of the power grid? I'm just saying this. I don't believe this. It popped into my head right now. Who's to say that program didn't keep going? Which there's a bunch of evidence to show that it has, just not publicly. Who's to say that that's not some kind of HARP thing, like from Alaska? Where they even say, besides controlling weather patterns and things like that, it also can put stuff into people's minds still.
Yeah, I think they can do that for sure. I think voice the skull, voice of God is a huge technology, and they use it all the time.
They try to do it on Berkowitz, on the guy at Waco, the Branch Davidians. They tried to get
Dave Koresh.
Charlton Heston. Yeah, Koresh. Yeah, there was Newsweek in '94. They did a thing where they actually mentioned that Charlton Heston was going to provide the voice of God and they were going to pipe it into the compound and try to get Koresh to give up that way, thinking that he actually was hearing the voice of God. But they were going to do it with that technology that Sam just brought up.
Do you ever get a feeling that you're hearing that's happened to you?
I was actually thinking what voice I would hear what would come
But do you ever hear like thoughts? I sometimes think there's thoughts all the time being put.
That
in
aren't
my head.
yours?
Yeah. I'm
Well,
like,
yeah,
that's a
sometimes I
weird
think
thought.
like Daniel Stern from The Wonder Years is narrating my life.
That's so funny.
Kind
So,
of.
so we got going back to Courtney Love. We got Courtney Love, her late father, who has ties to intelligence. Now, in your notes, you say there were prior murder attempts on who? Cobain?
Yeah, the Rome incident about a month prior to that, he went into a coma, and when Courtney, after Kurt died, Courtney said that was a suicide attempt. But while Kurt was still alive, she claimed in the media that it was just a misunderstanding. So while Kurt was getting his memories back, and I think that has a lot to do with her more erratic behavior leading up to Kurt's body being found, I think she was this is speculation here on my part, but I feel like she was getting really, really nervous that he might regain his memories of what happened in the hotel room that caused that coma to happen in the first place, because he had a whole bunch of the big rape drug that they called the Rohypnol. Yeah, her prescription that she got in London, because he didn't have a prescription, like a whole bunch of that landed in Kurt's system with a whole bunch of champagne, and he was not one for alcohol at all. So, I mean, she didn't call the ambulance for a few hours too while he was on the ground, like unconscious. So it's kind of a pretty lucky for at least a little while longer that he actually was still alive, and still it wasn't brain dead either. So yeah, a lot of people feel like that was the first attempt, but there was even another attempt in '93 where Courtney actually brought him back with adrenaline to the heart, I believe. I don't know. That one was a questionable thing too. I don't usually go into that one, but she did bring him back, but I think she was surprised, you know. But the Rome incident is what it's known as, and Tom Grant goes into that too. He actually had another note that he had written that Courtney admitted to on the audio that Tom Grant was recording, because he was a private investigator. And when he found these things to be questionable, he started recording all of his conversations, which I guess he had the right to do because he was a licensed PI. So she admitted that the note that he had for her was not flattering. It was basically saying that he was going to take his money and leave. And I guess in his hand, he had a whole bunch of money clenched in his fist while he was unconscious, and he had his coat on. So, yeah, so that definitely points to a first attempt at least. And people don't remember this either, but in Rolling Stone magazine, they announced that Nirvana was breaking up. And that was in the month prior to his body being found too. So,
What's your
Dave
thoughts
Grohl
on Dave Grohl?
I don't know, man, especially with the COVID thing and Taylor Hawkins and all that
I mean, to
stuff
lose
now.
two blonde guys in your band. I mean, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird, bro.
Well, dude, I already told you. Remember, right before Taylor Hawkins died, they were in the band was in Rolling Stone, and Dave Grohl was talking about how he did like Satan worship stuff to like a bunch of rituals and stuff to get where he was. You know, and he was kind of
They
joking
did a horror
about
movie recently that had a bunch of that in it, like Satan and things. Yeah.
Well, you know, you want to get into some military roles in this. Like, word is Dave Grohl's father is very connected as well.
In politics, yeah, in Washington. He grew up in the DC punk scene, you know, just like Henry Rollins. You know, there's a lot of connect. Dave McGowan went into that too, with Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, his book about the military intelligence and just the alphabet agency's infiltration of the entertainment world in Hollywood and music. If you look at the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which apparently never happened, now we found that out decades after the fact, Admiral Moore Jim Morrison of the Doors, his father, was behind the Gulf of Tonkin incident. And then all of a sudden his son pops up the next year or within the same amount of time without any musical talent, and he admitted that. And now all of a sudden the Doors were created. The hippie movement, hippies weren't really a thing prior to that. And it was basically, it seemed like it was designed to bring down the legitimate anti-war protesters who were college professors and those types before.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you got the Manson type people showing up in hippies and let's just drop out, man. That type of thing. Like got introduced. That was kind of a new phenomenon.
100%, man. And again, this goes back to limited hangouts.
Yeah.
They like to position their people in there to get all the credit, so everyone thinks that unless you're one of them, you can't make it happen.
As you will.
Okay, and that's what's going on. So yeah, when all these people came out, so everyone's like, the argument is always like, oh, they're not talented. Well, Jim Morrison is questionable, right?
Yeah.
You surround him with some people to make him look good. As long as he can carry a tune a little bit, he's not that bad, right? But there are like David Grohl. Like Dave Grohl is obviously talented, and so and like it's not that these people are all void of talent. It's that they just have a pool of people they want to use, and they find the most talented one. And there's ways they do this. Mickey Mouse Club, Nickelodeon. Those are two ways they find really really talented children. That's a great way of doing it. And then they do it through the scenes. There's people who are looking at them and dude, maybe they never had Facebook forever, but they've always had ways. Always had ways.
Yeah, that's what those reality singing shows were all about. We're bringing out people who would obviously prostitute themselves for fame.
And then they also, you don't think they know these people? So let's get into Shane Gillis, right? When he was going, and not that I don't think Shane Gillis is in any way any controlled opposition at all.
But he was the victim of it, right?
Yeah, well, I think he was thrown under the bus. They did that on purpose. Yeah. But you go, how do they know this about Shane Gillis on episode 10 whatever, and about 40 minutes in does a ching ching chong chong joke, right? And everyone loses it, right? How do they know that? Because they have people going through everything, mining your data. And they get to this point where this guy's super talented, he's got this, we're gonna use this to promote Saturday Night Live. If he makes it to the cast, good for him. If he doesn't, we come off as people who care about feelings, and it's a win-win. I've had two female friends go through that on Saturday Night Live.
So you said they already had that on him?
Yeah.
Before he went on Saturday Night Live, they're like, look, let's let him ride, because when he gets out of line, we'll have this ready to come up, cancel him, and get rid of him. And then,
as you will.
So, okay.
There's no way they put somebody in that position.
They have these meltdowns. Whenever these meltdowns happen in Hollywood, it's been said that it's because their programming is going haywire. Like they're coming down from it, whatever. I don't know if you buy into that, but that kind of makes sense too. Anyone with any kind of platform in front of a huge mass of people, they have to be controlled just for the for public opinion. That makes sense.
I believe that anybody through the legacy media, wherever at that level, is there because of certain reasons. All right, I want to tell you about our friends at DraftKings. That's right, the NFL playoff action continues. We're one step closer to the Super Bowl 57. And for the NFL divisional round, check out DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers can bet just $5 and get 200 in free bets instantly, okay? Plus, all the new and existing customers can take a shot at even bigger payouts with DraftKings Step Up Same Game Parlays. That's right. Boost your NFL winnings with each leg you add up to 100%, okay? We love gambling. I get it. I love to do some parlays. I love DraftKings. It's easy. It's quick. Hey, I like to do some parlays. NFL, UFCs, I'm all about that action, okay? Johnny, do you like it?
Yeah, which game are you supposed to use?
Dude, it's going to be crazy. Buffalo versus Cincinnati. It's going to be a weird one. Well, I don't know, man. I'm a Buffalo guy. I was born near there. My family's all Buffalo. But I don't know, man. That quarterback for Cincinnati,
We were more watchful than
pretty
ever.
good. What's his name, Johnny?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow, yeah. This is what we need you to do. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code TINFOIL. New customers can bet $5 on the NFL divisional round and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with the code TINFOIL. Minimum age, eligibility restrictions apply. See the notes for details. All right. So I wanted to get into this because you wanted to talk about weird scenes from inside the canyon. And it's like, so here we are, 2023. You know, the Comedy Store, which is my home. I love it very much. But at one point, it was the cultural epicenter of two things. Comedy and podcasting. So,
I think you could say the mob.
well, I mean, that was way before that. Way before that. But, I mean, like, you, like as much as I shit on Hollywood comedy, the Hollywood comedy, okay? The Hollywood comedy scene basically made comedy podcasts like the thing for comedians to do. Whether you want to go from Adam Carolla starting off, Mark Maron, Rogan, and then everybody, you know, what the role Brian Redband had, like how, like no one will ever give Brian Redband the credit he deserves
He's great. Yeah,
for
he was there from the
creating
beginning.
this kind of thing where it's like for the first time ever, Death Squad, you know, outside of like, you know, legacy media, which was, you know, Howard Stern and Opie and Anthony were like more of a fringe, but they still were on like corporate radio until they weren't, right?
In Boston, yeah, they got kicked out because of that. Yeah. Yep.
But the creation of like the kind of outlaw comedy podcast that wasn't trying to be, you know, to play favor to the industry. Well, I think that, you know, Brian Redband is a giant face of that.
Yeah, and I mean, he really had a vision of what it was going to be, you know, before anybody else.
Think of
did.
the Savages that were on there. Joey Diaz, Ari Shafir, Tom Segura, Christina Pajinski, Duncan Trussell, Brandon Shaw, myself.
Was that a better time when, because back then not everybody had a podcast, so everybody was willing to go on a podcast like that and you know, hang out. And now everybody's got their own podcast, so they're not jumping around.
I think it's the best time ever.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the best time ever, and they're dying to try to control the narrative, and I don't see how they can. I get a lot of shit for my take on Andrew Tate, but I think Andrew Tate is, I mean, you want to get into former son of CIA, you know, there's a
But you don't think he's got a little bit of Jordan Peters messages? 'Cause that's what my thing is. Like, yeah, I don't think the whole Matrix thing, I think it's kind of like, but the whole message to men, I think is a good message. That part of him.
But can we, listen, I'm not anti-Andrew Tate. I think Andrew Tate has very important messages. But I go, limited hangout, don't you want your guy to be the message? And
well, that's how you beat this, though, is that you splinter all the groups so that they all want to fight with each other, fight among each other, and they're all identifying with these ideas.
I always go to, oh, you're control. You know what I'm going to do, guys, when I finally move on my place? I'm going to film where I live forever so everyone can see, like,
oh, gotcha.
Right? Like,
the last place?
Yeah, where I live right now, and hopefully I'll move.
Do it before you clean in the closets out.
Yeah, I'm going to clean out and go, hey,
do
man,
it before you clean
this guy you think is controlled opposition and all part of this thing.
The closet is filled with T-shirts that he's gotten from the 90s up to now.
Yeah, I lived in this studio apartment, by the way, just so you know. I mean, it's like hilarious. I'm getting so much shit now from old friends and stuff like that. It's just like, I don't know, like, I'm all about the money. I just made one of my podcasts absolutely free. I was making money off it. I decided it needs to be free. It's like crazy. But this is part of the game now. But my whole thing is like this canceling shit. Like, I'm shadow banned. Right? I'm not canceled. There's a little bit of canceling as well. Like, you kind of give people some street cred by getting them canceled. And how much are they canceled? How much are they really canceled? You know? Like, I'm not just talking like, you know, you have comics out there that everyone's complaining. They're not canceled. Oh, dude. I mean, they'll never be on network television again. They'll never be on Netflix again. They'll never be on any of that stuff again. When they go on the road, and it's like it's right to the people sales. Well, you can't control that. People are going to buy what they want to buy. But, you know, how many times are these people being interviewed on all these network shows? They're like, oh, they're canceling me. Oh, really? Because you're on this Pierce Morgan, and you're on that show, and you're on this show. Kind of crazy. I canceled you.
Real cancellation is like if they go on your show, you're you don't get canceled having Andrew Tate on the show.
Yeah. I mean,
Just Andrew Tate isn't allowed to have a show. You should get these really canceled. Like Alex Jones, because Alex Jones a lot of other people
seems to be.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I think they were going after him. A lot of people think Alex Jones will hang out as well. I think Alex Jones, he's been authentic to that one. I also think he needs up as well. But we'll see how much of that $1 billion will go after him.
It's 2.3 trillion, just like the Rumsfeld.
Just think about that. Just think about 2, 3. I mean, just that on those cult numbers as well. Well, I mean, I don't know why Alex Jones
You got that info wars tagging, right?
all the time. It was the best. All the time. It was just flashing. He'd have a flash on everything.
and you know, like when he had Kanye on, he's entering into those waters that you can tell that's what makes him like disgusting, dying. And like, and you know, you have all these guys, he took everything away from me, now I'm gonna go, but
You know, my good buddy Donald Jeffries is a huge victim of that shadow ban thing. Even in other people's shows, it seems like it. And that's what we've been trying to get him on Tucker Carlson, because he was kind of mystifying to me too. He was given permission to do that report indicting the CIA and JFK's murder. He was allowed to do that.
well, he went after Gary Webb. Like, people need to understand that, man. And like, I know this a long time ago, but where you are, it's like, you know, his dad was CIA, he grew up around a bunch of CIA people, right? And you just kind of go, man, I mean, like, legacy. This is what it's about. It's legacy media. Yeah, there's no bigger legacy media than Fox News or MSNBC. It's like, you don't get there unless you play ball. And you know what?
Right.
A broken clock is right twice a day. And you have, this is the game. Put out accurate information, and then say some retard shit. That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
For everybody.
So you can herd people some way, and then you run the other group to the other herder who herds them other ways. And this is done all the time, man. This is done all the time, and we can kind of get into like the controlled opposition of, like, I mean, take a look at like NWA. Like, that's completely and utterly a psyop. None of those guys were gangbangers. Like, you know, Ice Cube is basically the Larry the Cable Guy of gangster rap. He wasn't that guy. Tupac wasn't either. People got really mad at me because I didn't have Tupac in my top 5 of all time. Because Tupac was a living player.
Yeah.
He was a dance thespian. He played a role. He's a living actor, they call those, who play a lifetime role.
Yeah, well, he always did. I mean,
went into that, I think, too.
The hardcore rappers kind of knew that about him too. They always remember he would always get accused of being kind of soft by the guys that were really, you know,
like Suge Knight.
serious. Yeah,
Suge Knight, the real killer.
Like real, like gang. And then what he started to do, want to get off these legacy, these legacy record labels, which were trying to steer black culture into crime.
Yeah, in his message, he had some good songs where he has nice messages about don't.
But towards the end, he was like waking up to it and he wanted to do his own thing. And you can't do that. And you watch all these people that kind of try to do their own thing.
That's why he went to prison.
And Kurt Cobain wanted to do his own thing.
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed to.
And if they blow you up, they don't like it. So
do you think Michael Jackson lands in that theory with Hibbler?
100%.
Hibbler, where he wanted to
Michael
come out.
Michael Jackson, Prince is like that.
Yeah.
You can even get into the point Louis C.K. started going off on his own, trying to make his own shows, starting to do he putting out his own specials. They don't like that. When they blow you up, they do not like you going off the reservation, doing your own thing.
But think about it. You think about Tupac. Remember, he got hit with those sexual assault charges and went to prison for 8 months, right before the year before he died. That seems to me like, okay, let's jerk the chain on him. You know, let's get him back in line. And then it didn't work.
So then you don't think Andrew Tate's like that? Because he's been calling it. He's like, they're gonna cancel me, then they're gonna put me in jail, and then they're gonna kill me.
I mean,
and he's like, I'm on strike number 2, so I got security on me.
It's a pattern.
We'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, if he keeps talking about it, it's probably going to happen. He's manifesting it. Yeah. But it just, you know, like, the whole thing was like, oh, dude, his videos are everywhere because his fans put them everywhere. And I'm going to get shit for this. The message of Andrew Tate is not, like, I think it's very important. But it's like the blow-up of Andrew Tate is questionable to me. And again, you know, it's like everyone it gives me shit for Joe Rogan, but it's like I can sit down and go, this is what happened with Rogan. Rogan was the face of 2 things that weren't around a long time ago. UFC and podcasting.
Neither of them was supposed to blow up.
Well, Fear Factor. I mean, Fear Factor was...
But you remember when he was doing Fear Factor? They were like, look at this fucking loser. I remember reading articles. Joe Rogan killed his own career by doing Fear Factor. All the shit he got for doing Fear Factor was huge.
It was, I mean, even to him, it was a dumb concept when he first started.
Yeah, it was just long dominance, but like, there's been people who have had, like, do you think, let's say, Troy Aikman, who's on or let's go Chris Collins, who's on the biggest show on the television, did he start a podcast? Think about what Joe Rogan is talking about. I'm going to get some shit. I mean, he's powerful. He did what he did. I think, and I've said it before, I think Tate is an answer to Joe Rogan. Tate is CIA, son of the CIA. They want him beat now. Maybe I blind spots. I don't know. The kicking up my dick. Go in on the internet.
This is just COINTELPRO all over. It's another version of COINTELPRO, but with podcasts and things like that.
100% could happen. Like I've said that. Send somebody to go to war with. So, in my opinion, I'd be more than happy.
Has he been targeting Rogan? I don't watch Hey, so I don't know.
Well, he has said some things on tape, but most of it is like his message is important. We're having a problem with men.
Tate has said about Rogan?
Nothing yet. Nothing yet. But my spider senses are...
Well, I mean, you could go at it without saying anything.
But I think that also, like, you know, the Rogan Bro, why not take some of the Rogan Bros? Like, that's it, man. Maybe I have blind spots, and someday you'll be like, you're wrong, maybe, but based on the man I know and the hanging out, you know, with him, it's like he's authentic off camera as he is on camera. But enough of that. I want to get into, because I'm sure I'm just adding fuel to the fire as everybody wants.
That's your friend. That's your friend.
Hey, Chris, stop. That makes sense and logical. Don't you know we live in a world where it's like defending your friends is seen as weakness? Don't you know that? Come on, Chris.
You're his slave.
Come on, I'm his slave, even though I make $0 off him. Yeah, I'm his slave.
Rogan shell.
Yeah. So I want to get into, because I love, dude, this is a great conversation. I know you want to go through something. I want to exchange numbers after, because I want to talk about
whatever you want to do. Yeah, that's cool, man.
So let's get into some of these. You know, we're talking about, you know, this is a great lead in. You know, he's talking about they're going to go after him. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. If you do a lot, okay. So, you know, we've seen a lot of people taken out. What are your thoughts on that? You know, we just brought up Biggie Smalls. We just brought up Tupac. You know, that starts wars between each other, East Coast, West Coast, however you can divide people. You know, we really get into the role of the FBI in the Charles Manson and how they were outside while it was going on. And that is not the first time we've heard that. We've also heard it about the Fort Hood shootings. We've also heard about these school shootings, or gay bar shootings where the intelligence agencies knew all about this and didn't do anything.
The FBI with Vegas.
Yeah.
Vegas, that was a terrorist attack, in my opinion, because there was like 8 other, maybe not 8, but there was many other casinos that had people on the ground shooting. People actually supposedly got killed at other casinos. And that's like worse than like the Warren Commission, like just wiping it away. Like, you know how many thousands of people had to have seen all that stuff? And that's just gone, and that the FBI closes it. Most people don't even remember it now.
So let's get into this. Let's get into, once again, they don't want you believing your eyes, okay? Yeah. They want you to believe somehow a guy hauled all of that up there.
Yeah.
Went to the highest levels using the employee elevator.
He used the bellhop. He let the bellhop bring it up.
Yeah, the bellhop didn't hear any clink, clink, clinks, clink, 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 clinks.
I heard he didn't even tip the guy.
Didn't even tip the guy. Right?
Yeah, it was Valky from Perfect Strangers there.
So somehow this guy had a bazillion guns up there and ammo because, like, when you're going to go into shooting, you want a bazillion guns. Don't you want a ton of ammo? Not a bazillion guns. You need maybe 1 gun, 2 gun. If the gun gets too hot, you pick up another gun. You start going off, right? So, and then somehow this one guy, this old dude, breaks these fucking super strong windows, breaks 2 windows, and then is running back and forth for no reason in this time, and is shooting in a way that the shots sound like they're from different places. Once again, they're trying to convince you not to believe your eyes and ears, or what Xavier said, your logic.
Do you favor upon
right. Yeah.
Do you think this is like JFK times 1,000?
I don't think JFK is. I don't think anything. I think the only thing that you say is times 1,000. I still don't even think it's times 1,000. Would be 9/11. I don't think anything is times 1,000 of JFK.
Would you have
I think 9/11 is right there on par with it. But JFK was like, just think of the trauma that did to America. How more innocent we were in some ways than we are now. Like now we're like, I mean, they keep trying to do these high impact events and everyone's like, whatever, keep moving.
So you think if they killed the president now, it wouldn't hit home like it did with JFK?
Well,
no.
I think sadly,
as you wish,
you would have a bunch of people half would celebrate.
I trust we will see many victories.
How
shall I celebrate our triumph?
Holy shit! Yeah, a lot would celebrate
it. And I mean, guys, it's so interesting as we like this thing starts out. Just play out. Johnny and I had Jeff Hilliard on the show. I talked about it on Rogan. Jeff Hilliard told a story about his psychic escort friend who was one of her clients was in fact Hunter Biden, and told her during the primaries that his father was going to get in and they were going to throw him under the bus. He'll step down and Camel Toe Harris will step in. What is happening right now in real time? You guys are celebrating this like you won something. They want Joe Biden now. They want Camel Toe in. Why? Limited hangout. They want you to believe she's the first female president of all time. Johnny, weren't you the one telling me that there was another woman who was the wife of a president who got sick and ended up in a coma, and she took over it? She is actually the first female president. But they don't want you to know that because they want Camel Toe. Are you guys ready for Montel Williams' side chick to be president of the United States? His side bitch.
You're right, Sam. I can't argue it.
They don't want you to believe your eyes. They want you. This is all on the right that has a ton of controlled opposition people as well. Look at that.
I didn't even show it. Oh, right there.
Right there.
Look at that.
That's
going to be that could be the
worst
president.
Part is she's the more unattractive side one too. Where's that chick? Right there. She's super hot. But yeah, Montel Williams' side bitch is going to be the leader of the free world.
Do you think it would be in this term, or they would wait for him to win the second term?
They want him out because he can't. He had to do all the things that the Democrats are going to get credit for, and they're going to say he did it. And with him out, they're like, new slate, new person, trust us. And they're going to try to, but the problem is that Camel Toe is
No one likes her.
is polling it so low, but they don't care because again, it's about not believing your eyes.
I love that you call her. You call her that now. I can tell you don't even think it's a joke anymore. That's just her name in your head. You're just like, yeah, Camel Toe. Because I was watching him crack up, and I can tell you're not even thinking about it like a joke. No.
He says it on stage like it's nothing. Yeah.
Well, I call Biden Bernie, like weekend at Bernie's, like the formaldehyde's starting to wear off, you know?
Something's going on with them, and it's very interesting. But I mean, this is all about them making you feel like you have no say. So much of these stories that are being put out is just there to make you feel like you have no power. Right? All these robots at that Boston Dynamic, right? They're gonna. It's inevitable. Oh, we already have boots on in Ukraine. You might as well let's go over there. Manifest for us to go over there. You have no say. Like, no, dude, you have all the say. You have all the power. People are waking up to it all the time. And what's going to happen, though, is the counter pro. What's it called? Yeah. They're going to try to steer you again away. So now you'll have all these crazies on the right driving everybody back to the left. That's what they do all the time. You need to cut out all the crazies. You need to go with common sense. That's what it is. That's where the good shit. They don't want you to believe in common sense. They want
just
you.
Just look Operation Mockingbird for anyone listening and watching. Just look up Operation Mockingbird. That was a CIA steering public opinion with members that they had implanted in the media for whatever agenda.
Johnny, do me a favor, or Xavier, bring up Operation Northwood. I want you guys to do this. Read Operation Northwood.
And I just did a special, one of those digging Chris Graves things that I think got me shadow banned because the whole episode was me and Jason Barker, a guy that's on Knights of the Storm podcast. We had the whole document, and we went through Northwoods with a fine-tooth comb.
I want to read this to you.
Basically 9/11 almost, and some of these spree shooters.
Hold on, listen to this. Okay, Operation Northwood was a proposed false flag operation against American citizens that originated within the Department of Defense of the United States government. The proposal called for CIA officers to both stage and commit acts of violent terrorism against American military civil targets displayed in Cuba and using to justify war with Cuba. The possibilities detailed in the documents included remote control civil aircraft, which would be secretly repainted as U.S. Air Force planes, the possible assassination of Cuban immigrants, sinking and posting Cuban refugees on the high seas, blowing up a U.S. ship, orchestrating buried in the U.S. What? And this is keep going down. What the real story was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, is that they decide the final idea that they got was that there was going to be a festival in Cuba, a music festival, and they were going to do this big promotion of these college kids going there.
Leave it to us.
Hey, we're going to send our brightest, the most talented musicians to this Cuba Fest. Big press, big shots, everything. Put them in the air, land the plane, put another plane up, blow up the plane. And then blame it on Cuba.
They were gonna have fake college students or CIA agents acting as these college students on board when they took off. They were gonna land that plane secretly, and they were gonna have the drone aircraft blow up, and they were gonna say that Cuba shot it down.
Now, tell me this, Chris.
I just want to remind people that Flight 11 at a Logan airport on 9/11, to this day, they say that plane alone, and I'm not talking about 175 that also left from Logan and hit the South Tower. I'm not talking about that one, but Flight 11 alone, they say, took off from gate 26 and 32, and they have not explained why, to this day, they don't pick one as the actual one. So was that a Northwoods type tactic? I don't know.
Okay, pin that, because that's interesting me. I want to follow up on that. I just want to end this point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
So they're gonna, hey everybody, look at us. This is great. Gonna put you on a plane, send you off, and then all of a sudden it blows up. Please tell me how that doesn't sound exactly like the fucking Challenger explosion.
What do they do with those people?
They don't put them up. I mean,
you're saying that they put another one up, but what are those? What
No, I'm
happens to those
saying
people?
this one they blew up.
Oh, actually.
so like that one did have people on it. They
The
were
challenge-
supposed
They
to.
no,
had versions
they
for
did.
both. Yeah.
They did have people on
Kind of like 9/11. Like your theory on 9/11, how there's no one on the plane.
We'll get into that, but
See, I don't think there's any reason for them not to put people on the plane because those lives are meaningless to the people.
yeah,
we're
unless
talking
you're
about.
part of the CIA.
Unless your assets. Yeah.
Yeah, your assets. You're part of the game. And when there's, that to me is like why when he talks about putting CIA students
just name it,
who
sir.
are acting like
Come
students
again.
on plane landing it, then why are they landing it? Why in their own documents are they landing the plane? Why don't they just blow the plane up? There's something about they don't kill their own. I don't know what that is, but they tend not to kill their own. I don't know why. Because maybe they don't want to get killed. For some reason, they don't do that. That story of Operation Northwood is the exact same story of the Challenger. Hey, there's a teacher on the plane. Oh my God, everybody. Let's interview everybody all the time.
Oh, Sam, they
boom.
planned on killing John Glenn, the astronaut, too. That was a part of the Northwoods project, too. That was proposed. And they were going to blame it on Cuba.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Well, they were going to, somehow something was going to explode in space with John Glenn, the astronaut. And they were going to use that as another version of provoking it in the Cuba as well. That came out in 97, before we found out about the whole Northwoods thing, which was because of the movie JFK that Oliver Stone made it so that Congress had to reopen, well, not even reopen, just the ARRB, the Records Review Board, is the reason why we got Project Northwoods at all, because of Oliver Stone's movie JFK, getting public interest and pressure on Congress.
So let's go back to
JFK, by the way, he nixed Northwoods and he got a bullet in the head very shortly after that.
hey, you think that the driver had anything to do with it? I do.
Yeah.
I think
Bill Cooper said that he was wrong and that the footage that he had been analyzing, and he was kind of putting out that theory for a long time. He thinks that it was doctored to make someone like himself look like an idiot. He admitted he was wrong, but a lot of people don't even know that he was on the hour of the time radio show. Same with the alien agenda, too. He was all about the alien agenda. And then he came out and admitted that he tried to go to the alien agenda, too. Oh, yeah,
I think they were all assassins.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did it pretty similar to how it's described in the JFK film. They have multiple assassins, they just like they would if it was a professional hit, that they were doing.
Well,
in the military.
it's super interesting because I was talking to my friends about this. Like, you don't think? No, dude, that's not doctrine. Maybe it is, but that looks real fucking.
What are you looking at, Zapruder?
Well, William Greer has a pistol in his hand, but then I don't know, if you look at Roy Kellerman in Passenger Seat, it just looks like he has a lot of mousse in his hair.
Yeah, I think that's
But
his
that's
head.
just me.
It's the guy's head. It's his shiny hair, dude.
It's interesting.
But it was grainy back in the 90s, so I mean, it would be easy to make that connection with an even grainier version.
Yeah, we need to get Peter Jackson on this. Clean
Hey,
this thing up.
So let's get into
George
your
Lucas.
theory that you just talked about on 9/11. Go through that again.
Well, to this day, they claim that Flight 11 at a Logan Airport in Boston took off from gate 26 and 32. And they actually have a little memorial plaques at both, the last time I checked. And that was a couple of years ago, so that might be different now. But if you look it up, the reporting is either 32 or 26 when you look at old articles and you go on the Wayback Machine even. So that was a thing, and it just made me think that when those transponders went off for 175 and Flight 11, it was right around the time they said that they almost collided with each other in midair. And it was right above an Air Force installation in upstate New York. And it was close to that power plant too. That they kept asking, like, why didn't they just dive the plane into the power plant? Because then they would have had a nuclear radiation meltdown or whatever, and would have destroyed a lot more lives and things like that. That was a valid question, but the transponders went off right around the area that they most likely could have landed both the planes that took off from Logan and put up the drones, kind of like the Northwoods document, where they would replace them. And a lot of people say that Flight 175, when they saw it, it looked like a big gray plane.
I
with no
agree with
windows.
this. I think they landed them.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people think.
I think they landed them. And then they put more up, and like that's how you explain how that aviation feat was done. It was done manually by basically a drone.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
And
manual?
there were guns on these planes too, by the way.
remote
Dave
control,
McGowan
that's
pointed
right.
that out.
Yeah, because pilots say that that's a tough thing to do, like in general.
So what? To fly into a building? They've been doing that a lot.
Like at that speed,
that-
all that
yeah.
time, and then hit it
Especially
like that.
especially the Pentagon one, like
Yeah.
how it landed like that. That's another
a
one that's
whole
for
other
sure
thing.
to drone
Well, because
one. Yeah.
that was a missile.
Yeah.
It's so obvious that it's a missile. It's ridiculous.
Well, there's no difference. I mean, really, a missile and a drone. There's not much difference in that.
Yeah, that's true. But it's
Isn't it
obvious.
curious that they have the cartoon cutout of an airplane on the outside of both buildings? These planes were aluminum. They're penetrating steel, but they didn't look like wire.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
There was actually a whole project with art students called the B thing, like Johnson or whatever.
Oh,
They were taking
snap. Someone's getting in a dangerous place.
Yeah, they were taking up space right before 9/11.
Is that bird strikes?
Yep, the bird strikes. Yeah, that's if it gets hit by a bird. It went
Isn't
right
it
through.
curious that the nose cone went out the other side too? And that's what a bird does to you.
Yeah, look, there's the bird stuck in there.
That's the thing that pilots are most scared of.
Oh, well, that was the whole thing in Top Gun. Bird strike! Bird strike!
These ones penetrated steel, these aluminum planes, and the nose cones went out the other side.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to talk about, it's so hilarious when you watch
I'm not
these.
saying hologram either, Sam. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean,
it's
some
weird,
people
it's
think
funky.
that. I don't. I think it's drones. And it's possible it could be holograms. I 100%, and you even have Richard Grove going on places alluding to that, the company that ran, the company that installed the elevators into the building
They
was
were
not
the first ones out,
company,
too. They left.
was not the company that was working on the elevator.
So
It was a different company.
See, I
East
think the most,
elevator, wasn't it? Yeah.
I think the most likely thing is that it was a plane just like any other plane. People got aboard it, and then they used this drone technology, the autopilot technology, the remote pilot technology, to just take control of the plane from whoever. And all those people
Definitely
died. I think they all
I
died.
just look at Operation Northwoods. They
You don't think they've evolved that plan though since the 60s?
I don't think, Johnny, I know that sounds logical to you. I don't think these people are creative. I
don't
just
think
really don't.
Like, I don't think they can think like the phone calls. Instantly, you can't make a phone call on a plane.
At that
And people
time,
were calling
they were like,
in.
oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you can't.
They made a point of it to announce that a few years later, they'll have the ability to make those phone calls. They announced that after the 9/11
And-
story
and
came out.
so you're telling me, have you ever watched black chicks fight on a plane? They fight for no reason. Are you telling me a bunch of adults are just gonna sit there and let box cutter people take over a plane? I'm sorry, dude. It's just they don't want you to believe your logic and your emotional experiences in this life that a bunch of dudes. So I was watching this video the other day, right? And this crazy guy, this crazy tweaked out, cracked out Mexican is throwing rocks at passing cars and hitting this side of this bus over and over again. For some reason, the guy opens up the door and the crackhead walks in and then instantly gets thrown out. Everyone comes out of the bus and just continues to beat the shit out of this dude. Are you telling me an entire plane is going to sit there and allow guys with box cutters to run shit? I mean, are you fucking for real? Where's the logic? It doesn't exist. It's not real. At some point, you realize your life is on the line, and it's better to get stabbed and just help people get this guy than to sit there and let a plane get flown in.
And call. And make a phone call.
We're gonna go kill him.
The only reason to play devil's advocate and everything is that up to that point, there's a lot of hijacking's been for like money and things like, you know what I mean? So maybe people thought, okay, you know, we're just gonna get through this.
We're gonna return to the airport.
Until you got the Israelis who get killed, and like, dude.
But, no, now I think you're 100% right. Like if they try to do that now, there'd be these jujitsu dudes. There's somebody who knows jujitsu on every plane now.
At some point, you realize this isn't gonna end well.
And I think that's why they threw in the planes that went down in Pennsylvania. For people who think like you just to throw them a bone, you know what I mean?
I disagree. I think
But the let's roll thing, Sam.
That's what I'm saying. That story is just like
the let's roll thing was put out there by Larry Ellison, one of the richest people on the planet. The Todd Beamer and Lisa Beamer, they worked for Oracle, which apparently was a CIA front company. And Larry Ellison,
Oracle was?
Look where they put their money.
Yes.
Look where Ellison's
Dave McGowan wrote about that, and it was a part of also the proposal with Bush to get everyone to have national ID cards that kind of got poo-pooed after the fact, but that was in the works as well. And Oracle and Larry Ellison was the one that was talking about it before even Lisa Beamer knew, like his widow, Todd Beamer's widow knew about the Let's Roll story. So that's always been questionable too.
That's so interesting. Let's get into some other stuff. You know, obviously, you know, Columbine, all these shooting. We have Behold the Pale Horse. That
Columbine. That's Sam. Have you ever really looked into Columbine?
I have, but I would like to do a deep dive with you. Obviously, you know, we start.
I know someone that saw there was an adult shooter that looked like he was in the military. He had spiky hair, and he was with Klebold at one point. And her name's Jen Small. I actually, the first episode of my podcast, Get Mad with Chris Graves, was with Jen, and she actually talked about how this guy it almost seemed like he was a handler of some sort. It looked like he was a cop without his,
where have we
suit
seen
on.
this? Where have we seen this story? Paradigm. And like this is where we get into this non-linear warfare, right? So they have, and this is, I tried to have a conversation with Joe, and he didn't want to hear this, and that's fine. But it's like that teacher doesn't get on ABC saying a cop in military fatigue was shooting at everybody unless ABC wanted that out to cause another divide and conquer. People like, oh, look what she said. Oh, yeah. And then the other side's like, how is that? People dying now. We're divided again. So you hear
it's always 2 or 3 shooters at first, too. And then besides Columbine, it usually gets down to the one lone nut, Patsy type. Because if you got the Sikh temple shooting in Wisconsin, people said there were 4 guys in military fatigues that actually shot everybody.
That's shooting out here, too. What was the name of the shooting?
San Bernardino. That you watch live, right?
Yeah. In real time.
Yeah.
So
there was 3. And it wasn't the woman either, the wife either.
Tell us about what you know about Columbine. What else do you know? The basic cover-ups, the spree shootings, and all that stuff.
Well,
and if you want to go into 9/11.
Yes, Sue Klebold, Dylan Klebold, one of the alleged 2 misfit shooters, she actually questioned whether or not Wayne Harris, Eric Harris, the other official shooter, wounded her son. She actually questioned a magazine in Britain. I forget exactly which one, but she questioned whether or not Wayne Harris, who was in the special projects in the Navy, Wayne Harris was doing some weird stuff too in the military. She questioned whether or not Eric and Wayne had some kind of influence on Dylan, and I know it's a grieving mother that might not want to, go into, might not want to accept that her son could have been a killer. That's always possible, but she did bring up the fact that Wayne Harris had brainwashing manuals in their house, so she pointed that out. Also, there was a weird, bizarre military presence at Columbine. I don't know if you had ever heard this, Sam, but I saw pictures from this footage, but there were a lot of people that claimed to have seen helicopter footage on the day of a NATO truck parked right out in front of Columbine, right in the beginning of the massacre. Big blue van that had NATO, and it had the shield with the star and everything.
Why would they do that? Why would they come to Mars?
Well, that's the thing. I can't understand that to this day. But at the same time, Clinton had ordered thing in Kosovo that same week, around that time. And if you look at Gladio, Operation Gladio, in the 60s, right after World War II, that was basically to have fake terrorist attacks and blame, the communists. NATO was all involved in that, and some people think that Columbine and elements of 9/11 and Virginia Tech and all that was a possible Gladio part 2 or a Plan B type thing for America, because NATO is not supposed to be operational within the United States, kind of like the CIA actually. But the idea that there was a possible, I've seen footage and it could have been fake. I've seen the stills from the footage, and that website has long disappeared too. But why would there be a NATO truck right out front? Because it was just a regular school shooting, we were told. But why was that one like so special that it became like the 9/11 of all these school shootings? There were shootings before then and way after, but Columbine is always mentioned as like the be-all end-all of school shootings.
Sandy Hook, for some reason, is this.
That replaced it, but that has the Twilight Zone element too, where you got people laughing, and there's like, I have my own theories on that, where I think some of this footage was put out on the air. I think kids died there. I think it's a different type of false flag.
Oh, you don't think anyone died in Columbine?
No, Columbine I think was like an old, for lack of a better term, an old school classic false flag. But I think with Sandy Hook,
what does that mean?
Like, I think people did die because you didn't have parents sitting there giving press conferences, hours later about their dead children, like you had at Sandy Hook. People gave press conferences less than 24 hours later. And then you got other people, coroners, like laughing on the footage. You got parents laughing on the footage. You didn't have anyone laughing at Columbine. Like no families wanted any cameras near their faces during that. That's what I mean by an old school false flag. What I'm saying now, we have like this weird Twilight Zone element added to these events, where now it's like a Pizzagate Sandy Hook thing, where it becomes a lightning rod, where you're not allowed to ask anything about it, or you're a hoaxer now, not even a truther anymore. Now you're just saying,
how much have you gone into it?
I think it was.
My question is, how much research have you done in the Sandy Hook?
Sandy Hook, quite a bit.
Okay, my question is, have you ever heard the theory that everybody's house mortgage?
On Christmas Day, they were all given free houses.
Is that true?
I can't find that those documents anymore, but they were at one point. Yeah.
So, based on what you used to see, do you think that was true?
I don't know what to make of that, because I've talked to people that have worked in real estate, and they say it doesn't work like that. Like, you can't do that on Christmas Day.
And you pay off.
It's a long time to clear and everything. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can't. Certain people.
But they had that guy Wolfgang Halbigger. I don't know. He got taken. He's been through the ringer and everything. I was able to get one of his ex-lawyers, this lady, I can't remember her name, but I got it for Donald Jeffries' protest show. And she admitted on the air that they were able to prove that sign they had behind Gene Rosen, the guy who changed the story like 4 times about bringing people up to his house, changed the story 4 times in 2 hours. Interviews. But behind him there was a famous thing that said, "Please sign in," or it looked like it was like for a drill or whatever. You remember that thing?
Yeah.
Well, the lawyer came out and said that she found out that was, in fact, she had the documentation for during the depositions that was a Department of Homeland Security sign. So, and how the hell did they get it there that fast? Like, and for what purpose?
Ole Demigard, he breaks this all down. Like,
yeah.
It's all the same game plan. Flood the driveway, access to it, so emergency people can't get up there. And then it's like a lot.
They don't call it helicopter. Yep.
Yeah, it's like super interesting and like
What's that?
like if you go through, hey man, we're gonna have this guy come talk about this, and you listen to all of Wolfgang's credentials, you'd be like, okay, this guy's knowledgeable, and then he would tell you that, and you'd lose it. And I completely understand people being upset, and I'm not sitting here saying anything about that because children.
Are you talking about the laughing thing?
I'm just saying about
everyone has different. I understand. Everyone has a different way of dealing with that. I'm just saying, being in a suit and tie and holding a press conference, that's just not normal behavior. Not that these things are normal in general, but nothing like with Columbine. You didn't have people giving press conferences, forgiving the shooter, even for killing their kid. I'm just saying, it's just, I think a lot of this weird footage, and there's a lot of it, people walking in circles outside the firehouse over and over again. The famous shot of like 15 kids and not the 600 children that were supposedly there. Like that photo, there was another photo that was from even behind that where you saw them like rearranging the kids in the lineup. It's just weird, and like the principal, Dawn Hawkstrand, gives an interview saying that she saw the shooter coming in, yet she was the first one killed. So how is she doing interviews after she died? And the nurse saying that Adam Lanz's mother was the best kindergarten teacher she ever worked with at the school. Then you find out she was never a kindergarten teacher at the school.
Yeah.
So, like, again, I think these things were put out on purpose to lure researchers in, and like an entrapment. But I do think people got killed there, so I'm not one of the hoaxers either. So
I'm not either. And
it's a mess.
I think
Boston bombing was right after that. And Dave McGowan, I think, was pointing out that in the weirdalities and that footage, I think that's what Dave came, to be honest.
I think that's why you're seeing less and less of those done now, because they've noticed they have no effect. Like, you've had some crazy shit going on, and nothing's happening. Like the news cycle's so busy that people just keep moving on.
Would you say that the news puts David Hogg on purpose for us? For us, to piss us off?
He went to CNN, like,
was another one. Yeah.
CNN school. Now, the weirdest thing is,
The girl that disappeared?
no,
They said she
the
was
weirdest
walking.
thing is how David Hogg and Anders Lancet look very similar.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Think about-
there's something there.
Hey man, we're just talking, Johnny.
But wait, so you think what? Physical?
No, I think that one is one is actually the same person at different points in time.
It's possible. Who, me?
No, what do you mean the same person at
Oh,
different
well,
points?
some of the pictures of the little kids that died, some of those pictures look like they were from an older period of the 70s or something. If you look at the way
The thing about this picture you're looking at here is that's how Adam Lanza looks all the time. That's David Hogg with his eyes like wide open.
Yeah, I'm not saying it. I'm saying we're having a conversation, Johnny. I'm just saying
Adam Lanza didn't even exist.
No,
that's a possibility.
That's more likely than this.
I mean, anything is possible.
But I don't. Can you explain what you mean by the same person at different points? I don't quite understand.
I'm saying I'm on a timeline, right? My life is a timeline. My 6-year-old me and my 32-year-old me and my 50-year-old me are the same person on a different point in the timeline. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay, let me say it a different way. These could be the same guy at different
At the
ages.
Super Bowl. They think that those kids were the actual kids in some of the pictures.
How did they shot?
It's an older photograph. I'm not saying I believe this, but
Yeah, I'm not saying I
I'm
believe
sorry. I'm
you.
talking
I'm
about
saying
I'm talking about
it's
the
interesting.
They're saying like an older picture of let's say I was suspect, right? An older picture of me, they could be like, well, that was one of the victims. You know what I mean? Like it's not in the same time period.
But I'm asking about the Hogg like video.
It's like a deep fake thing to me. It looks like, I don't know.
Oh, it's a deep. Yeah, I think
You asking what?
it's a deep fake.
Okay, we're having
Some
conversations,
people actually
Johnny.
pointed out that Ryan Lanza, the older brother, who was actually named as the killer at Sandy Hook first, that older pictures when he was younger could have been what they're using for the picture, and that maybe had him in the.
I like
I'm
this.
not saying I don't know that. So
Somebody says that he's Rachel Maddow. Actually, now that.
Well, yeah,
I believe that more than anything.
That's mine.
Yeah,
Bottom right there.
I believe that more than anything.
That's mine.
Yeah.
Well, David Hogg's father was an FBI consultant, started a business in which he sold, even though it was involved in weapons, and it was like just a super interesting thing because he didn't actually produce anything, and he sold his business for like millions and millions and millions. So now you have David Hogg going around being like, oh my God, guns are bad. You're like, well, you didn't mind it when your dad was making all the money. So now you get David Hogg, and he gets into Harvard when UCLA wouldn't even accept him. So they're obviously grooming him right now to make a run.
Remember the Lidor scandal? They said that Lanza's father and James Holmes' father, James Holmes from the Batman Aurora shooting, they said they were supposed to testify in the Lidor. Or LIBOR scandal at the time. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
was
I
like
wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it, bro. I mean, again, people think I'm crazy. Video games and pharmaceuticals.
SSRIs, yeah.
Yeah, I just think that they definitely 100% could cause you to do something. Again, we're having conversations here. People can get really angry at me. That's fine. I don't care.
I'm just sick of being told you can't ask questions. I know you met the Alex Jones and everything. I have my own thoughts on Alex Jones, and he's entertaining as hell. All about that. But the way that he's not in reaction during those lawsuits recently, he could have what's going on in the Senate. You know what? I'm not a lawyer, but the second trial, apparently it was because that Neil Breslin, father on Megyn Kelly, show and said that he was holding his dead child, his dead son, in his arms with a bullet hole in his head. Do you remember that quote?
I don't.
Well, Wayne Carver, the coroner, had less than 24 hours had a press conference where he's sitting there giggling and acting all weird and all the stuff I was just mentioning before. And he admitted when he was asked that none of the parents were in contact with their children, their children at all. They had to be identified Polaroids. So who's lying? And that was kind of the basis. They said Owen Schroyer asked that question. And that was the basis of the whole definition of
That was not really kind of dive
to throw it out. Well, I'm not a lawyer, but if you're showing that Owen Schroyer is asking a question, well, is it one or the other? Is the coroner full of crap? Or is the father who's talking to Megyn Kelly, is he full of it? Because apparently he couldn't have been holding his dead son in his arms with a bullet hole if what the official coroner, Wayne Carver, said was true, that none of the parents had any contact with their dead children and Polaroids had to be used. So which one is it? Because if the old Alex Jones was like, I motion to dismiss or whatever.
Well, Alex Jones.
I know you're close to him, so I'm not.
No. But his family is always
Oh, he always says that. He's CIA, he's in the family. And he the water
that trial now looking back at the missed
being able to ask questions of things that don't make sense and January 6th was set up so that you can't even protest anymore.
I mean, look at
another
January 6th. Kanye West. They're telling you don't question anything, don't do any of that. That's what this is all about. And I think people are starting to wake up. And I think people are starting to on your mind.
I've learned new techniques, skills like
And I think they're losing. And the whole question is, are strong men not standing? That's where we're at. We as strong men. What should we do? I don't have the answer. I mean, in America,
standing up for him. I mean, standing up look like?
That's my question. What would it be? How do
Wouldn't some people say January 6th is standing up?
I don't think
and now they cut everyone at the knees.
that was done on purpose. And all the stars, pandemic simulation, things are about to get loved ones will be lost. Panic, and they're gonna bribe us. Try to buy all of us up. Oh my God, here's all this money. Here's all this fake fiat money. The pharmaceutical companies are going to claim we can't sue them based on prior agreements, but in that agreement, if we really cared, we'd say you lied about the data, and therefore you don't get the protections anymore.
They changed the definition of vaccine sample, so that could be a loophole. Because vaccines are supposed to only work for a certain amount. It's only supposed to listen to disease. And it also is not supposed to rearrange DNA. And I lost someone close to me that's actually still alive. They're not the same person anymore. So, I don't know. I hope that that's the loophole, that 1986 act that shielded all the companies. I'm hoping the fact that they literally it's not a vaccine. They literally had to change the definition of the vaccine during all this. Yeah.
We're getting weird times, brother. Weird times.
I hope you're not right about it.
About what? That simulation thing?
No, but yeah, I hope that's not.
I mean, so far it's all been accurate.
I know. It's
I mean, like.
So then what do you mean? What do you think in a year? 6 months?
I mean, I think what they're gonna do is gonna throw all this, everything going on, throw his gag carcass inside.
What do you mean?
You're gonna blame everything. Ukraine shit, COVID shit, the corruption shit. Everything's gonna be blamed on Joe Biden, and his hand is in a lot of it. They're going to blame all that and try to get a new slate with camel toe.
So, like, they were going to blame Fauci in the simulation.
No, the Fauci's going to take it too. Fauci, right. Biden, and possibly Donald Trump will be another person they'll throw under the bus. They'll discard all those guys as just roadkill, and new monsters will show up. But
do you actually believe the Q thing with the John F. Kennedy Jr. thing? Because
no, I never believed that.
Okay, cool.
I never believed that.
The John Jr.'s death, and there was a lot there too. So.
But I never believed that he could show up.
Well, the theory was that John Jr. faked his death, and that him and Trump were working behind the scenes, and he was actually Q and everything. When I looked into John Jr.'s death, and he was blown out of the sky. Like, he didn't crash the plane. Yeah.
Okay, you can't just
he's
say
not
that.
alive. He's not Q. I never bought into that either. I thought that was an op from the beginning, too. Much like Trump. He has a puppet, you know?
Yeah,
Go on.
Right. Well, it was supposed to be him.
Listening.
Wasn't it supposed to be him that was always behind Trump at the rallies?
Yeah, that guy there, they said, John
JFK Jr. is
like,
one of the best looking guys ever in politics. And, and look at this guy right here they're saying is JFK Jr. Get real.
Yeah, but he's old.
But listen, it would only be 20 years, because that was July of 99 when he was taken out.
That'd be like almost 25, 24 years, yeah. So tell me your thoughts on JFK. Break that down.
Well, John Jr., apparently the closest people around him said that he was getting ready to run for office, whether it was for the New York Senate seats that Hillary eventually took, or some people also think there's like two camps. There's the other camp is that Poppy Bush and George W. took out John Jr.'s plane because apparently they were seen near the hangar in New Jersey where John Jr.'s plane was being stored. And there were 3 witnesses that saw an explosion in the sky in Martha's Vineyard right around the time that they said John's plane spiraled out of control because he didn't know what the hell he was doing or whatever. But there were 3 witnesses that myself and Donald Jeffries and other researchers in the past who've tried to find these witnesses, like including Martha's Vineyard Gazette reporter that talked to a Channel 5 reporter, Steve Sprazia, about how he saw the explosion in the sky, and he hasn't been seen ever since. And there was a wedding guest that was supposed to be a Rory Kennedy's wedding. That was the whole reason why John was flying there that weekend. They saw an explosion in the sky too. And there was a guy that probably saw it, and he was a lawyer, so he was kind of smart. He just said he heard it. A guy named Victor Pribanik, I think. He said he heard an explosion around that area at the time that John's plane went down. And Bill Cooper was able to save a lot of that news footage from Channel 5 because they actually cut out 6 hours of their archive in New Hampshire that had any reference to the explosion in the sky and the report that Susan Warnick and Todd Bergen of the Coast Guard said on air that John Jr. radioed the tower at Martha's Vineyard Airport and said he was awaiting landing instructions. And that story got wiped away, and it got replaced with John. He was so inexperienced, or he was a daredevil, and that the weather was terrible that night. It was a huge haze, and originally that was not the case at all. You see the older footage. So I believe he was taken out myself as well. So yeah, I think also if he had ran for president as an independent, like a lot of people think he was about to announce, he would have beat George W. and he would have beat Al Gore, no problem. And it would have been a little harder to pull off something like a 9/11.
Oh, dude, 9/11 was, they stole the election to get Dick Cheney into the White House.
That was 62
Dick
now.
Cheney, that's right. Yeah, Dick Cheney. That's right.
Crazy.
Disgusting. So, yeah, they took him out. And
now,
we've been worse for it.
So I've always said this, and I'll end it on this, that Q was most likely intelligence, but Q did a lot of damage, in my humble opinion. And maybe dividing us more, maybe that's it. But all this stuff coming out right now, everybody who followed Q knows all about. And so I personally think they miscalculated how people will react to stuff. And they don't realize that the conservatives or the right, in my humble opinion, they don't go down and burn shit. You know?
Right.
They go down, and what they do is they pull their energy, their money, and their time out of everything, and their attention. And they circle the wagon. And it's only until shit gets really crazy on their doorstep that they show up
Where's the enemy?
White people that were standing outside with their guns.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. So hey man, this is great, dude. This is great.
You guys are awesome.
Chris,
Thank you.
great podcast. We covered all of it. Look, can you once again tell them where they can find you? Any social media, websites, and your podcast?
Well, if I'm not still shadow banned because of my Operation Northwoods episode of Digging Chris Graves, which live streams to Twitter and then later on goes on to BitChute and Odyssey and Rumble. I'm at C Graves Mask Guy, GUI, and I also every Thursday at 10 a.m. I'm on a live stream from the New Prisoners podcast, and I get mad on the Chris Graves is so it's going to be from now on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys are fantastic, and thank you for having me.
You're a hustler, baby. I just want you to know. You did great, Chris. Thank you guys so much. Chris, thanks again. This is great. Again, if you want to see me live, we're going to be in Phoenix, Arizona this week. Next week, my boy, my good friend XG and Eddie Bravo will have Hard Long Beach and then Bakersfield on Saturday. We're going to let Chris go, then I want to tell you some of the stuff we're working on. Chris, thanks for coming on. We really do appreciate it. Give me an email. I'll get your email, and I'll email you. We'll exchange some information. I want to talk to you a little more. So thanks for coming on, bud.
Thanks. Never change, sir.
Good try. I don't know. I seem to be Chris never. Yeah, I even have friends coming out. Thank you, bud. Guys, go to samphilly.com. Guys, you can get all the great stuff. Look, I want to talk about everything on the website. A lot of premium content for you. Love you guys to check it out. Rockfin, the Ranger, great. Well, here's what I'm doing. I got 2 shows on there. I have Tinfoil Hat. I'm doing a lot of AMAs on there. It's more up to date, in real time tinfoil hats, so they're called Only Conspiracies. I have decided, everybody, to give away Zero for free. It is now a free show. Okay? I needed the money. I still need the money, but I feel like Zero needs to be out for free, so we can get Zero for free. We also have Conspiracy Social Club. We're giving away 1 free episode, and then we're giving a more spicier one every Thursday or Friday. That will be behind the free wall, and that will be the more spicier topic. Now, if you want to watch the free ones, just go to youtube.com. Okay? Go to youtube.com. Open up a new bar. There you go. Open up a new one. youtube.com. youtube.com. Put in AKA Water into the search bar. Okay? AKA.
What was that about? Well, how did you guys end up with a compound name like that? Did you guys disagree about the title originally or something?
Deep. There it is.
Is that your Deep Waters?
No.
You like Conspiracy Social Club?
That's not it. Go AKA Deep Waters.
Why don't you just type Conspiracy Social Club?
Because we get fucked.
Oh,
there
okay,
it is.
gotcha.
It just started. There's only 452 episodes. It's growing. Look, it's even grown in a small amount of time. It's almost doubled. So there you go. You watch it for free. Love it. I have a Patreon with Johnny and Howard. And for $20 a month, you get all the stock investments every day, all the time. Also for $1,000 a month, I will watch you make love. And then we were giving out scholarships, 99% off. Just on why you should get scholarships. All right, t-shirts. Got some new t-shirts out there. Go check that out. Yeah, man, support the show. We need t-shirts.com. Just click the banner. Okay, here we go. Very excited. We're working with some wonderful people. And we're going to have more people on there. I got to get Tim James on. 5 gold and silver. 5 gold and silver. I guess you gotta get the right browser. I gotta talk to you about that. Just click the banner if you're looking to buy silver. I'm pushing silver left and right. You need to push it. Okay? We also have brown gas. Go check that out. Go check out the brown gas. People are getting it. They love it. By going on our thing into tinfoil hat, 3 words, you get a discount. And then I'm very excited. I gotta get them on the show. People from our good friends at Haley Ray Crystals. They got everything quartz crystals. They have the stuff to help you block all your EMF signals so you don't like get shish kebab by your internet. All that, you work on that, you get Swarm 15, you get 15% off. Okay, you go down, Nuke Social, that will get you on all my Telegram groups, which there's 2, Only Conspiracies, and Join Zero. We get spiritual on it, but if you go to Nuke Social, you'll get that. And finally, all of these wonderful free shows. Tinfoil Hat, Broken Sim, Cash App, tons of them when I do it. Union of the Almana is twice a month. And then Conspiracy Social Club, 1 free, and all the free episodes on Zero. Go check it out. Save yourself. That's what these shows are all about. You guys have anything to push?
We Don't Smoke the Same just did a show with Johnny Mitchell and he talked about being Culiacan and all the taco stuff. It was great. That's him and
Broken Simulation's back with a little holiday break, and it's on YouTube.
And everyone loves it, man. It's the sports center for the apocalypse. Thank you guys for tuning in. We love you very much. Hope to see you in Arizona. Hope to see you in London. And hope to see you in Bakersfield. Ciao.
This is only the beginning.
Dude, you just blew my mind.
Striking from the sky! It's a troubled foe. We cannot reach it from the ground. Anytime. Leave it to me. Fear not should we lose our way, Master. Some beasts still remain. It's aloft! Brace for a dive! We'll get nowhere while it's aloft! How do we fight such a thing? This'll restore a bit of health. Monsters prowl land and sky alike. Take care you're not caught unawares. Some beasts still remain. Splendid woodland. Here I go. So rich in resources. Lookers in a row. Seems suspicious. Some beasts still remain. I wonder what's inside. Let us proceed, Master. It may be yours. I'll have a look around. Let me see. Some beasts still remain. Let us proceed, Master. On my way! I'll have a look around. Cannot be too careful at the water's edge. Draws some beasts here. Stay sharp. If we would ford the river, let us make haste, lest the brine take us. Tis far stronger than a common goblin. I'll take down the most troublesome of them. Mind the stones it throws. Watch the ranged attacks! Fight me if you dare! Goblins hate fire! Goblins ill like fire! Strength in numbers have risen. Careful! A goblin! A hobgoblin risen! Be wary! I cannot breach its armor! Monsters never want for hiding spots in the forest. Your way. You need but consult or leave it to me. In lands where men fear to dwell, monsters always fill the void. The Duke could stand to commission some new roads. Stay on guard. There may be yours. I'll have a look around. Let me see. Let us proceed, Master. The goblins of this forest have a taste for human flesh. He's far stronger than a common goblin. Their leader and their morale is lost. It's difficult to walk such a narrow path. I'll take them. A hobgoblin risen. Be wary. Let us proceed, Master. On my way! Leave it to me. Fear naught should we lose our way, Master. Your map will serve. There, Master! Drakes! Of course. We'll scale it and strike from above. Leave it to me. monster! Strike it from the sky! Strip its wings! It cannot fly! No! They hold the advantage! This will restore a bit of health. Its wings may be vulnerable as well! Aim for the wings! The wings, Master! Strike it from the sky! Some beasts still remain. Very well. Very well. On my way. This'll restore a bit of health. Some beasts still remain. Seems the heart alone is vulnerable. Scale it. Go! Feed! I am not myself. get what's hot. Troubling foe! Leave it to me. I'll scale it and strike from above! Some beasts still remain. Anytime. I'll take care of that. On my way. Strike it, it's hard. I was clumsy. Some beasts still remain. must get at its heart. The heart of it! Attack the heart! I cannot take much more. Strike at its heart! Scale it and strike from above! No! Hold the advantage! Restore your health. Seize the heart of the heart arisen! Attack the heart! Some beasts still remain. Strike at its heart! That was clumsy. Scale it and strike from above! Very well. Please help me! We must get at its heart! Is that all? Leave it to me. It's a troubling foe. I was clumsy. We must get its heart. Anytime. Scale it and strike from above. I'll aid you at once. Tis a troubling foe. I heal your wound. I'm desperately low on stamina. Leave it to me. I don't see trees like this elsewhere. We have triumphed. Look at these goblin tracks. Troublesome in groups. Tis far stronger than a common goblin. I dare to fire's blade. They grow frenzied. Hobgoblin! Tis a formidable foe! Goblin! Take that! Take my fire! Strike with fire! Like a different world. Strength in numbers have risen. I'll heal your wounds. Goblin packs are ruled by the strong. It is far stronger than a common goblin. In lands where men feared it well, monsters always fill the void. There may be yours here. Let me see. I'll have a look around. I wonder what's inside. These woods see few visitors. Hence all the monsters and rare materials. So difficult to see. How much longer will this continue? Shall we press on? A hobgoblin risen! Be wary! Tis a troubling foe! The soul most evil floats there. A goblin! mother to all love. This pond sees only water. There may be yours here. Leave it to me. Beware of lights and
I'll heal your wounds.
Yes, Arisen.
This'll restore a bit of health. I sense something nearby. Bird, perhaps. Bigger. There may be monsters about. Such open locales make fleeing from enemies a tricky proposition. There is no need to be reckless, Master. Goblin! Hobgoblin! Formidable foe! I see an attack. Stupid you!
Its armor!
Knock it to the ground and it shields.
Did it!
Anytime. On my way! Very well. Such a fall. We have triumphed. On my way. Let us proceed.
Let's have a look around. Mind the edge, Master. Even you wouldn't survive such a fall.
Watch your footing, Master. Let us proceed, Master. Heading out. There may be yours here. Let me see.
If there's not to see here, let's press on.
Stone, animated by magic. A golem arisen. Dragon's glowing disc. Replace your
It's too hard!
Beware that ray of light. Unleashes your blows will destroy the atmosphere. restore your health. Hold on, what's that? What's this? I was hoping you'd ask. I'll well search the area. One slip and it's a long fall down. A curative will serve. We're still a fair ways from the nearest settlement. This looks interesting. If you're tired, rest. Or we'll search the area. Goblins roam in packs, Risen. We've come quite a ways from Cassidus. There's not to see here. Let's press on. Quite the view, eh? We've come far enough, we needn't fret about losing our way, Tis dangerous to walk the cliff's edge, idle too long, and the sun may set on our errand. Beware. I was hoping you'd ask. Just how far will our journeys take us, I wonder? The animals of the field are a good source of meat. I was hoping you'd ask.
The animals of the field are a good source of meat.
What's that?
Many plants grow in the shade of tall trees or in dense woods.
On my way! Let us proceed, Master.
Slipping and falling to one's death is no idle fear around here.
Let us proceed, Master. I'll have a look around.
On my way! Don't worry, I'm here.
Yet there is much to find in these unexplored places. Stronger than a common goblin! You fall, take your pointed line back.
I'll take them.
Tis not worth the time. Very well. Very well. Not long now.
Goblins hit fire.
We'll rout them in a single charge. Tis not worth the time. It flees. What's this? Hobgoblin! It's a formidable foe. I'll take care of that for you. Ha! Is that all you have for me? To find strength. Fine, so strength in numbers, arisen.
What's that?
Let us proceed, Master. On my way! With practice, precision strikes and enchantment use will become routine. The canyon floor is an apt spot to find ourselves surrounded. We'd best be careful.
Please, don't overdo it.
Don't worry. I am here. Hold on. Huh. I was hoping you'd ask.
I'll have a look around.
Let's have a
Goblins
look. Roam in packs. Tense here. Is anyone inside? The view extends for leagues along the shore.
Incredible view. Quite the eccentric would set up camp out here.
On my way! Here I go!
Crates may hold alt of use. What an incredible view.
All heal all are wounded. What meaning do you suppose those stones hold?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. What can I do for you, Arisen? Can I be...
So this is the Pawn Guild. Hello. Yes, Arisen. Yes, Arisen. Hello. Yes, Arisen. Yes, Arisen.
Business with the guild, sir? A stone to recall the dead to living. Strange. It...
We have their consent. Let's bring word to Fornival. Very well.
There may be aught here. Let me see.
Hello. Yes, Arisen. Hello.
Hello. Yes, Arisen?
Perhaps we ought simply...
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
So quiet.
I am my husband's...
Given leave to travel the land by duty.
Have you aught to sell?
Who among you is seen? Unwanted possessions and other refuse. I had hoped, perhaps. No doubt you will feel. These have been the father. And why? Because mankind err.
Remember to save enough for lodging.
Doing well, are you? What news, Arisen? Requesting your aid was indeed the prop you have done. I pray. Any rarities to sell? Any rarities? Any rarities? Right there.
Certainly a queer request for an Arisen. Yet it is completed nonetheless. Speak to any pawn, and they will gladly join your service, Arisen.
No, I fear you should have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? 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 Have you come again?
Salomet was a scholar, the leader of a council of sorcerers, until I...
Given leave! Like you gave to himself! The arisen! Take some sword and shield!
No use struggling.
Can anyone anyone hear me? Pray, come.
Do as you're told, and a bit of coin will buy you freedom. I've no love of crowds, and less still of...
Stunning strike, you not? Homes to knights and chamberlains, most like.
It's dreadfully easy to while away hours just shopping.
Have you aught to say?
Attend to all! The Arisen
Ought we
has
adjust our
appeared. Want to
inventory?
take up?
No surprise, given the... I see. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? 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 Have your pick. Come again.
Let's return to Stefan.
Salomet was a scholar until I cared. Oh, I.
I wonder if there are rarities from abroad. Hello. Yes, Arisen. Yes, Arisen. Hello. Yes, Arisen. You cannot take on any more followers without releasing one of your current companions. I am honored to... I'd hope to serve. May our...
Hello. What can I do? Then I bid.
Mind the guards on watch, Master. They'll not suffer any untoward behavior lightly.
Welcome. The Arisen, is it? Devon, if it please you. I was a doctor afore taken with the dragon come. I'd like to... What will it be today, Come again soon.
Tis a barber shop.
Hello. 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 Yes, Arisen. Yes, Arisen.
So, I'm sure you'll find out you need. Or why not? I'll not beat round the bush. I'll have the goods ready. I'm sure you'll find all you need. Not quite done yet, I'm anytime.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
cloud of unease.
There's no end of it. I don't... Might...
Have you aught to sell? We don't deal in the light. We're in honest business. Oi, there's a notion. There, take all the time you like. Take all the time you like. Do come again.
Are your travel preparations complete? Leave it to me.
I'll have a look around.
No surprise, given the fact you came to the... Have your pick, any you like. What will it be today? What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you... What will it be today? What will it be today? will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? 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 Have your pick. Any you like. Come again soon.
Business with the guild, sir?
Unwanted possession. I had hoped, perhaps, to find it.
By shooting himself,
'Twas a vain hope,
takes
it
up
seems.
sword and shield to defend the honor of...
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Come again soon.
Remember to save enough for lodging. Are your travel preparations complete?
Talk is. You'll be. What will it be today? repeat, come again soon.
All different countries, cities, people.
Grand Soren, the beating heart of all Granses. Leave it to me, Master. No harm must come to my heart. I've come to feel more at peace when the capital is in sight. With
Kill 'em
Grand
all!
Soren as a base, we'll be able to travel no further. Come on, Master. Range attacks. They attack and quickly attack.
Expose our first right and the Rhine has lurked along the shore since ancient times.
Counter after they strike. An opening. Let's have a look. Did it! Best we were more watchful than ever. Yours here. Let me see. Very well.
Anytime.
Seems we can walk beyond the shore here. Perhaps we'll find aught of use.
Monsters can strike day or night, even in the shadow of Grand Soren's walls.
One cannot be too careful at the water's edge. There may be yours here. Let me see.
On my way!
Huh. I was hoping you'd ask. Best you remained well equipped.
Even in numbers.
I'll take the ranged ones are mine. No way we could have lost for that.
I've had quite enough of battle.
There may be yours.
Very
here.
well.
Let me see. Here I go. Goblin! To ice! Burn them!
I heal your wounds.
goblin! Careful! A goblin! There may be yours here. Here I go! Leave it to me. I'll take that. There may be yours here. Let us proceed, Master. Here I go! I wonder where this river flows. There may be yours here. Let me see. I was hoping you'd ask. You aren't soaked in water! darkness has us at a disadvantage. Weakling numbers. A weakling. I'll take down the most. Leave it to us! This looks interesting. Not long now! Leave it to us!
Is that all you have for me?
Fight me if you dare! We'll rout them in a single charge. Strength in numbers,
Perhaps we could avoid further battle.
What's this?
Careful! A goblin! Look, he's here!
Canyon floor. Spot to find ourselves surrounded. A weakling is a weakling. It takes fire! No way you could have strength in numbers, Arisen. Very well.
I'll heal your wound.
Every beast has its weakness. Observe closely and learn to exploit it.
The grade is steep, Master. Mind you don't
It's
slip.
a land rife with spots where useful materials may hide. There may be ores here.
I'll have a look
Let
around.
me see. Huh. I was hoping you'd ask. What's this? On my way! Let us proceed, Master.
Many a life was ended by falling from too great a height.
Let's have a look. I'll have a look around.
There may be aught here.
Huh.
Let me see.
I was hoping you'd ask. ground.
Very well.
The lay of the land defies conventional travel. Let us climb and leap as we must.
Soaked to the bone. 'Tis a troubling foe.
Watch your footing, Master. You'll near hit them swinging blindly. The sea is closer than I'd imagined.
They're nimble. Watch your back.
I pray the day monsters no longer haunt the roads is not far off. Slippery target.
That one!
Armed road.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
Very well.
On my way.
Very well.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
Kill 'em all!
Leave it to us!
There may be aught here.
Of course.
Let me see.
Wait for an opening.
Seems deserted.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
They're nimble. Watch your back.
Clear of those fangs. They attack in quick succession. Counter after they strike. We have triumphed. Armed bandits arisen. They're armed, Master. Wait for an opening. I'll take down the most troublesome of them.
Very well.
They're left exposed after a grand strike. Armed rogues. We have triumphed. What else would you expect? With my help, we need but take this road north to find Grand Sorin. Sorcerer. The rain is mine. Counter after they strike. Wolf-hunted packs. You shall not fire! I'll keep watch. You'll near hit me. It is possible the bandit traitor is hiding in the encampment. The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure of
Care to
which
find out where
to
this
our
path
destination.
leads?
This looks interesting. Crags cast shadows fit to hide all manner of evil. Stay ready. I'll have a fireworks well! Keep well. It's weak to fire! them swinging blindly. Did it!
Leave it to me.
On my way! Who knows what lies in wait? Best proceed with caution. We're apt to meet bandits and thieves as oft as peddlers, Master. Be watchful. Keep watch for falling rocks as we walk the slopes, Master. So many twists, it's hard to see what lies ahead. This scenery is quite a change. Wolf pack! Blindly.
It hates fire!
It's not worth the time. Slippery target. You'll ne'er hit them swinging blindly. What's their behavior?
I will
Then take
protect you,
careful aim.
Listen.
Now! Very well.
I'll have a look around.
The goblins of this forest have a taste for human flesh. Wolves hunted packs! Doubtful it's a friendly one. A slippery target. The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure. Or of which will see us to our destination.
Leave it to me.
Feel that salty breeze?
I sense well against goblins.
Is that all you have for me? It was a fine scrap, if I may say so myself. Goblin!
I'll heal your wounds.
I see no lookout. Take aim for that chieftain! Bring steel upon it! Slay the leader first! Strike the bullet! Now! Attack! Is that all you have for me? Leave it to me. The time hates ice and fire both! What else would you expect? With my help?
I'll heal your wounds.
I really must thank you, sir.
Castle walls? Ruins of such? There may be more to it. Let me see.
On my way!
We must reclaim the base if we hope to halt the goblins' advance. All this open spurs the desire to run free.
Take the offensive! I'll go at once.
I'll have a look around. The rock. Stronger than a common goblin. 2 arms.
On my way! A hobgoblin arisen! Be wary! Goblin!
Welcome in a single zone. They're a threat when well unified.
They grow frenzied! Goblins in light!
This looks interesting. The beasts of these parts are proving a great challenge.
Easy to slip on an incline this steep, master.
Such open locales make fleeing from enemies a tricky proposition.
Stronger than a common goblin!
Scene of an attack. Perhaps there ought to be scavenged.
It is strange. Deep.
Those shields are a bother.
They grow frenzied!
Welcome in a single zone.
Strength in numbers, arisen. Leave it to me. Watch your footing, master. We've near arrived. Mind the edge, master. Even you wouldn't survive such a fall.
Will they play? Step on men? Some ritual, perhaps? We're still a fair ways from the nearest settlement. Watch your footing, Master. I'll have a look around. On my way. Slipping and falling to one's death is no idle fear around here. Are you all right, Master? Grand sword. The beating heart of all Grances. Leave it to me, Master. Let us proceed, Master. Let's see what we have here. What's this? That's all. We must be in the sea. The ground bears tracks. Wild animal of some sort. Well enough. An unstable store of meat for an emergency. Best we were more watchful than ever. It falls on us to pace ourselves on roads so open. It was a fine scrap, if I may say so myself.
Very well. Quite enough of battle.
No harm must come to our charge. Goblin!
Careful! A goblin!
Goblin! Take aim for that chieftain! Fight me! Fight me if you dare! Leave it to us! We'll rout them in a single charge! There's no way we could have lost to that. Be it monsters or beasts of the wood. I'll take that. There is plenty of reason to stay wary. It is dangerous to walk the cliff's edge.
avoid further battle.
What's that? If you're tired,
I
rest.
heal your wounds.
Be wary! Strike the tail! It's not worth the time. Please, chase it! Let us proceed, Master. Heading out.
Leave it to me. Goblin! Before setting off, we ought to equip ourselves to suit our objectives.
Stay watchful, Master. The darkness has us at a disadvantage. We'll rout them in a single charge. Leave it to me. It was a fine scrap, if I may say so. Keep an eye turned to the shadows.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Tis strange, deeply and so.
Monsters are fewer. Let us proceed, Master.
I'll have a look around.
Goblin! Even in numbers. Oh, the canyon floor is an apt spot to find ourselves surrounded. We best be careful. Very well.
Very well.
Nothing like where we were before. Such open areas are two-edged swords, Arisen. Every monster for leagues can see us. Every beast has its weakness. Observe closely and learn to exploit it. Here I go! Heading out.
What's that?
To the land right in the spots where useful materials may hide. The grade is steep, Master. Mind you don't slip. I wonder what's inside. Let us proceed, Master.
Placidus looks so small from
I'll
here.
have a look around. worn stones. It has but one eye! Strike it! There, Master! Every blow. Beware the Good! It's lost its cudgel! Its eye is vulnerable! It has but one eye! Attack and broken loose! Large or small? Any tasks you break free! The eye! Right in the eye! It is lost! Stand up! It's fallen! Now! Attack! This makes the eye an easier target! Focus on its eye! Now, aim for its eye! Now, hit its eye! The eye! Strike at the eye! Makes the eye big now! Send a blast at its eye! Let us proceed, Master. Heading out. On my way. Leave it to me. What's this? I shall restore your health. Hold on. It only gets tougher from here, Master. My kind grows better able to serve the more we learn. What's that? I was hoping you'd
Very
ask.
well.
The lay of the land defies conventional travel. Let us climb and leap as we must. Was a fine scrap. If I may say so myself.
I've had quite enough of battle. Is that all you have for me?
Keep well clear of those fangs. Strength in numbers, Arisen. Fireworks well! I'll keep watch. It hates fire! It is a land rife with spots where useful materials may hide.
The sea is closer than I imagined.
It is easy to slip on an Climb this steep, Master. Watch your step. Let us proceed, Master. I pray the day monsters no longer haunt the roads as
That one!
Counter after they strike. They're left exposed after a grand strike. You shall not cast! Wait for an opening. It is a cage built to hold a human, Master. Is anyone inside? uneven footing. Watch your step.
Kill 'em all!
Brace for magic, Arisen.
There's a steep grade, doubly so with Ort in hand. We can likely pass through here. The ranged ones are mine. Counter after they strike. Down the most troublesome of them.
I'll take care of that for you. Is that all you have for me?
2 arms. Wolf-hunted pack. You'll never hit them swinging blindly. I'll take care of that for you.
I'll have a look around.
Ha! Is that all you have for me? Keep well clear of those fangs. We're apt to meet bandits and thieves as oft as peddlers, Master. Be watchful.
Keep watch for falling rocks as we walk the slopes.
So many twists. It's hard to see what lies ahead.
Wolfpack!
Fire works well! Very well. Just wait to fire! It's not worth the time. Fire works well! Look, Arisen, a rope. Beast fears fire! The tail is severed! I'll hold it best I'm able. Strike the tail! Of course. Leave it to us!
On my way.
Sever the tail to weaken the beast! The beast fears fire! We need but sever the tail! Please. Now, cleave the tail from its body!
Any time to be Arisen on mine.
Sever the tail to weaken the beast! The tail is severed!
Please, run it down!
It's not worth the time. Very well. On my way.
You need Sparrow.
Stay wary of the water's edge lest you attract the brine.
I shall restore
Stop
your
until
health.
you are
Hold
fully
on.
consumed. Saurian!
Anytime.
We need to sever the tail! The tail is severed! I'll burn it to cinders!
I'll have a look around.
2 arms. A strong flame may take it out. Sever the tail to weaken the beast! Hold it! Hold the rest! Please. Leave it to me.
I'll have a look around.
Burn them to ash! We need but sever the tail! I'll have it! Have a hold of it! Sever the tail! A strong flame may take it out. Strike the tail! In lands where many monsters we need but sever the tail! What else would you expect? With my help? monsters all around. If we enter the forest, go ready for battle. Weapons, armor, skills. There are endless combinations to try out.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Monsters have risen! Ready yourself! The tail is severed! Strong flame may take it out! Strike the tail! I'll burn it to cinders! Sever the tail to wield the beast! There, Master! Pull! Very well.
Leave it to us!
We need but sever the tail! The tail is severed!
You need Sparrow.
A strong flame may take it out! Strike the tail! I'll burn it to cinders! Tis best to sever the tail! Tail off! The tail is severed! We need but sever the tail! Please! Stay alert!
I will protect you.
Now, cleave the tail from its body!
The tail is most likely its weakness.
Are you alright, Master? Burn them to ash! I've been drenched. To arms! We need but sever the tail! Burn them to ash! Stay alert. I'll strike at its back! The beast fears fire! The tail is severed!
No, they hold the advantage.
Please, put it down! Leave it to me. Is that all you have for me? I'll turn it to cinders! The tail is severed! Hold it! I'll do the rest!
But sever the tail.
Strong flame may take it out! The tail is severed! Please! Beast fears fire! I was hoping you'd ask. I will search the area. I've been drenched.
Seems fairly shallow.
To arms!
On my way.
What a fine scrap, if I may say so myself. This was a proud wall once. Perhaps there's hope in the bow yet. A curative will serve.
I shall restore your health. Hold on. I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Here I go. Very well. Maybe yours here. Let me see. We'll rout them in a single charge. I cannot breach its armor. I'll take them.
They're a threat when well unified.
Fight me. Fight me if you dare. Very well. They grow frenzied. It hates fire. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. Those shields are a lot better. There's no way we could have lost to that. Here I go. Let's see what we have here.
I really must thank you, sir.
Very well. I shall restore your health. Hold on.
Monsters prowl land and sky alike. Take care you're not caught unawares. It is a relief to need not fear an ambush. Looks abandoned. Here I go!
Very well. Leave it to me. Seems it's been a while since anyone has called this place home.
Arisen, be wary! Crags cast shadows fit to hide all manner of evil. Stay ready. Let's have a look. The beasts of these parts are proving a greater challenge, to be sure. Such open locales make fleeing from enemies a tricky proposition. Let's see what we have here.
On my way!
I'll take care of that. Slay the leader first! Slay their leader and their morale is lost. Goblins hate fire. We'll rout them in a single charge. There's a fine scrap. We have fun.
triumph.
Say so
Man
myself.
claims this.
Beware of lights in the darkness. Goblins oft bear torches. We've near arrived. Here I go.
Very well.
I'll have a look around. If there's not to see here, let's press on. We're still a fair ways from the nearest settlement.
I heal your wounds.
We've near arrived. Idle too long, and the sun may set on our errand. Be wary. Here I go. I'll well search the area.
Maybe you're here. Let me see.
Slipping and falling to one's death is no idle fear around here. Huh. I was hoping you'd ask. I'll have a look around.
Let me see.
I was hoping you'd
On
ask.
my way.
I'll have a look around. Tent here. Anyone inside? The view extends for leagues along the shore.
I'll have a look
I was
around.
hoping you'd ask.
You have my deepest.
A boat?
Quite the eccentric what's set up camp out here. Take care, you aren't soaked in water!
Very well.
Here I go! I'll take that. The spring will ease our weariness. What do you make of this, Master? Shall we enter? I shall still the beast! I'll join you! Very well. I'll take care of that for you. Knock them back.
I hear your wounds.
'Tis a troubling foe! This will restore a bit of health. Effective, knock them back. Learn a new way to fight, Fight me if you dare! We have triumphed! There's no way we could have lost to that. It is a far different climb from the capital. Perhaps it bears novel fruit. One slip and it's a long fall down. I'll scale it. Strike when it's distracted. Help me! Very well. So to the bone. I'll attack the lion's head! Strength in numbers, very well.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
I wonder what's inside.
I hear your wounds.
It is a land rife with spots where useful materials may hide. It only gets tougher from here, Master. 'Tis the rear of the Duke's manse. What meaning do you suppose
It's a
those
port
stones
crystal,
are?
Master.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
So this is the...
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
Tis not the last we'll call.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? What will it be? Have your pick. Come again soon.
This shop bears a rather unwholesome.
So,
Ruby is...
I'm sure you'll find... Not quite done yet, I feel. I'm sure you'll find all you... Anytime.
Treasure, perhaps? Leave it to me. There may be aught here. Let me see.
Hello. Yes, Arisen.
There's a barber shop.
There's no end. I don't. Might be.
Are your travel preparations complete?
I see you're hard at work on an errand, even in... That makes... Tis work.
This must be an ale.
those off-post work notices.
Many's the person comes to drink here, all bearing different tales.
Have your pick. Any you like. What will it be today? 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 Have your pick. Any you... What will it be today? What will it be today? Have your pick. Any you like. Come against...
Tis your hometown, is it not, Arisen? Perhaps the traitor thief is here. Let us proceed, Master. Leave it to me. A lookout post, is it? Oh, hello.
They've wares to sell here.
How's the day find
way I heard it. They kept out. What can I do you for? You seem tired, cousin. Come rest. It's a bit.
So many beds.
There may be ores here. Very well. Let me see. Do you favor upon who first slays ranged attackers? Or understood. I shall seek out. I try to speak or remain silent as the situation demands. Would you have me continue in this way, as you wish? I will attempt to be. I trust we will see many victories together. It shall be. This looks interesting. Seems a fair place to rest.
All spoke of me, and they know me for a traitor. I'd little doubt they would. Mole took me in as a boy, said he saw promise in me, and here I've given him naught for all he's done. Just up and left. Left thieving now too. You're the Arisen, sir. Mayhap you would know best. What ought I do? Aye, I fear you have the right of it. Just, I cannot run from the oaths I've I shall return as you. Like as not, I shall walk to my death. But I thank you, sir. Farewell.
Hoping you'd ask. Take care at the water's edge, Master. This looks interesting. Fine spot to fish, no doubt. You can see me? Then you are one known to the dragon. I have dire need of the Arisen. You have my You speak now to a shadow of sorts. My flesh. I would take you there now. I ask you, is that the fate you've chosen of your own will? You are Arisen. We stand now on Bitterblack Isle, far as sea from the cove we departed. I would ask you to explore its depths. I've learned what to do in this quest.
I've gained quest knowledge.
Shall we rest before pressing on? Leave it to me. What's that? Seems it won't open from this side. Has she always lived here? Looks a rotten billboard. This looks interesting. Very well. There may be yours here. Let me see. Were it possible, I would not send you off with so meager an explanation. But I fear I myself do not know it better. My past, my aims in coming here, all of it is lost, as in a fog. All I know is that I, like you, was called here, and am bound to stay. I sensed you in the distance, and called to you for help. I knew somehow, as by instinct, that you could grant the wish of the one who dwells below. Just as I know my role here is to aid you in that pursuit.
It's difficult to breathe down here.
Here I go! Let's see what we have here. Knowing a riftstone is close at hand is welcome and BONG. It is a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item. Let us proceed. I'll have a look around.
Maybe yours here. Let me see.
Mind the edge, Master! This looks interesting. I fear I've naught to say, Arisen. I am versed in the purification. Should you? The procedure I shall aid you however I can. I shall aid you however I can. I shall aid you. I shall aid you, however, if there is aught I can... If there is aught I can do... If there is aught I can do, I shall aid you however I can. For therein lies prey. Take care.
An epitaph, perhaps?
Very well. On my way.
Then maybe you'll let me see.
What's this? I'll take that.
look. Huh. I was hoping you'd ask. I'll well search the area.
Heed these words, all who enter this place. Do not think. Just set one foot in front of the other, and by the Maker's love, keep swinging.
The moonlight lends this place an otherworldly feel.
Walk ahead!
Stop! No! Their black
Their bite bears a wicked venom.
Take care, you aren't poisoned. Leave it to me. Very well. That beast is fierce. Ready to...
Blaze caress!
That's no mere wolf. Was a fine scrap, if I may say so.
Anytime. This looks interesting.
I'll take that. What's that?
It seems this place is host to only those with some tie to the worm.
Huh. I was hoping you'd ask. Heading out.
Maybe you're here. Let me see.
Leave this place. You've still the time to turn back. Still the time to live.
On my way.
You all right, Master? Lucky Spawn able to fight with the Arisen side. I'm thankful. Debilitated. Did you say something, Arisen? If you feel a foe is beyond our means, there is no shame in fleeing. I'll take that. This?
Hobgoblin. It's a formidable foe.
Let us proceed.
On my way.
This looks so weird.
It's so frenzied!
Clumsy.
Stay with me! approaches.